there. I think you are there.
Where would you like me to go? Because you're the boss now. You're the boss.
You are my right hand.
Okay, I go on your right hand. I don't usually go right, I usually go left. But I shall be
No,
with
her
you.
right hand. We are in the middle, next to the.
But are those his
This
glasses?
is my left hand.
Madam Vice President said for me to sit here, your friend. So she's, yes.
You accept.
Já são 10 horas. Já. Good morning to all. Bom dia. Sorry for the delay. It is with a great satisfaction and pride as director of Contextile that we gather in this room such a remarkable set of participants. Artists, academics, students, art lovers who come together in these textile talks to think and give their contribution to what could be the teaching of textile art. Not only in Portuguese schools, but also in the countries to which each of us is connected as artists, as curators, as teachers, as someone who thinks about contemporary textile art. Contextile, for the prestige that its 6 editions consolidate, had more than the obligation to give its contribution in this field. This who the textile talks, educational features appear, to which it was not difficult to challenge all these names that today and tomorrow will give their contributions on various panels. Above all, as the textile territory that Guimarães also is, we can from here build, bridge, share ideas and project some lines that may serve as guidance for the future. Everyone's input will be crucial. They will be only 2 days of work, but I believe that will be fruitful. Here, ideas and critical think will emerge, which, combining with the know-how and the knowledge of academy and educational institutions, I am certain that these textile talks will provide important contributions to the pedagogical and methodological specificities connected to the world. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who have come along of this journey and allow me, among others, to name Shani Jeffries, thank you, from Goldsmith University of UK, who is the reporter of the works, as well as Monica Grazienne from Vilnius Academy in Lithuanian, and Natasha Antão from Minho University of Portugal, who together with Shani Jeffries incorporated the scientific committee of Textile Talks. To all of you, I extend my thanks for your presence, believing that we will leave here much enriched as far as contemporary textile arts is concerned. Thank you. Adelina Pinto, Vice-Mayor of the Municipality of Guimarães.
Thank you. Well, good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you like to stay here in Guimarães. Thank you, Janice Jeffries, here, my right hand, because she said she loves Guimarães, so she have to be here in my right hand. Okay. Thank you, Joaquin, for this is that now we have a strong difficult that the young people wants to go to technology, to the textile, who includes now most of technology, most of design, but most of our students, they don't know that textile is different. They think they are the same where their parents work a lot of years ago. And we have to change that. And the art, the culture, these textile talks we have, this art of textile in public space, it's very, very important to us to show that textile must be different. It has not to be what they want, what they always saw in the factories around the cities. So it's very, very important to design this and to improve new forms of textile. So thank you very much to Joaquin, thank you very much, James, to all of you, because you are here, you are thinking with us, you take some ideas, you take your art, your concepts, and you will help us to construct a new territory who can connect this textile factory, because it's very important to our economy, but also the culture, the creativity, the new way of thinking the world. So thank you very much. It's a proud for me, in the representative of the municipality, to have you here, and I hope you have these 2 days very fruitful, and I hope you like to stay in Guimarães. Thank you very much.
Bon dia. I will be very brief. I'd like to thank Natasha particularly, because she's putting an enormous amount of work to ensure that we have the PowerPoints and the biopics. Everything is updated on the website for you to check. We have wonderful speakers. They have long biographies. Take your time to read them. I've been involved in higher education for 43 years. And so I have a little bit of experience, both from my own country, the United Kingdom, from Canada, United States, Australia. But my favorite part of the world is the Global South, and you're quite right. I'm very fond of this particular city. The magnificent work Joachim and his team does for the Contextile Biennale, which is surely now the best in Europe, in its variety, in its intensity, in its quality, and its recognition of the richness of the heritage that exists in this region. Most recently, we've had discussions about education, both institutional and informal, in Bulgaria, in Manchester, in the United Kingdom, last weekend in Łódź in Poland, and in Lithuania. And there are some common themes, and they're partly addressed in the questions you will have received in terms of what's on the website. It's not so much a crisis as an opportunity for new ways of thinking, new forms of collaboration, new ways of working with maybe very disparate disciplines, whether that's engineering or whether it's oral history. But textiles, its culture and its histories are at the forefront of being a linchpin, a little node in the complex web to offer new insights and new possibilities. And I hope you will have a wonderful, rich exchange. Please go and see the exhibitions. They are really stunning here, and enjoy your time. Thank you.
Let's go.
The intervention of Savenja, it's possible. Isabel Cabral from Minha University is moderator of this panel. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you very much. Sure. Good morning. It's working? Yes. I would like to welcome you here in the auditorium and also online to the Textile Talks dedicated to the theme Educational Futures. We will start this session with our first speaker, Svenja Coyne. Svenja is a postdoctoral researcher at the Swedish School of Textiles, University of Borås in Sweden, and at the Center for Information Technology and Architecture at the Royal Danish Academy in Copenhagen, Denmark. During her PhD project entitled On Textile Farming within the Architext, she turned towards seeds as a potential biological alternative and as a dynamic material for textile design. In order to explore alternative ways of living that the textile plant hybrids might propose, Svenja built and moved into a tiny house on wheels to live together with the research experiments. Svenja is currently working on designing and living with organisms, a 3-year project funded by an international postdoc grant from the Swedish Research Council, and to create community and discourse around multi-species design, perspectives, approaches, and projects. She organized and co-created the Insect Summer Camp. Svenja?
Oh, it's the presentation, Svenja's presentation. Hi, everyone. Svenja's presentation just vanished through digital air. It was just here, I swear to God. Sorry. It was working. It's here. Estava aqui. Isso desapareceu. Why? Contextile. No. Oh, but it's here. Yeah. Sorry. But you send it to me, right? Okay. But I have it here also. Don't worry. Just give me a second. Dominica, you send it to me, right? Oh, sorry. It was here. Sorry. Should we sing? The Contextile, Svenja's presentation has just vanished, Pedro. Do you know where it was open? Sorry. Do you remember the blue one that was open? It vanished. Maybe we're not, I have glasses, but. Remember, it was here.
Yes.
Why? Obrigada.
Maybe it didn't copy properly?
It was open.
No.
We checked.
Yeah, onde é que está?
Well,
Tens que ver.
Passar a apresentação.
Fez aí.
Não, só para mais difícil.
Mas eu tinha passado para aqui. Certo. Aqui está. Yeah. Oh, já sei o que é que aconteceu.
what's that?
Yeah.
Oh.
a perceber onde é que a janela cheia. Não, é ali, daquele lado, Pedro. Só preciso ler que eu não consigo ler. Yeah, you can just pass through.
Okay, perfect. Can you all hear me well? Good morning. So it seems now we have everything sorted, and thanks, Isabel, for the introduction. Okay. So yeah, this morning I will give a presentation which is called Textile Events, Inviting Others. And yeah, just like quickly about my background. I have a background in textile design, but never really was interested in, yeah, now it disappeared again. I don't know what to do about this. Does it still show?
Technical support again.
Why? Where is it? Where is it gone? You are having some
Okay, now it's.
compatibility, is that? Oh, it's here. It's just that you don't see.
It changed the picture in the background.
Let's see.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, just to give a little bit of background, I studied textile design in Germany, in Hamburg at the University of Applied Sciences, and worked a lot with combining textiles and electronics to create installations that are interactive. And then during my PhD at the Swedish School of Textiles, I turned towards biodesign and integrated seeds as a dynamic material into textiles. And then, 2 years ago, with my postdoctoral position at the also at the Swedish School of Textiles and at CETA in Denmark, I widened the spectrum of living organisms to work with towards insects. So today I'm giving an overview about my work, and Isabel also mentioned that I live together with my research experiments, and I did that before in Sweden, and then moved my house on wheels to Denmark in order to continue with my research in a different environment. And right now I'm working on my postdoctoral project, which is called Designing and Living with Organisms, and it's funded by the Swedish Research Council for 3 years. So it started 2 years ago and will finish in summer next year. So right now it's like really a very busy period to kind of finish the last bits of the project. And my main questions that really, the main questions that I try to grasp through my research are: how can we comprehend through textiles that we are an integral part of nature and direct our design practice accordingly? And which techniques and materials can I or we therefore apply or use in relation to textile design? And how can I or we situate our work so that it serves life itself? I don't know if you all know about biodesign. Biodesign is basically to use or integrate or to design for and to design with other living species. It has a very strong connection also with textile design. So yeah, I just wanted to give an overview, like why should biodesign and textile design meet? Yeah, most designers are interested in the fascinating dynamic expressions. Yeah, to switch like from artificial and electronic materials to natural and more sustainable materials. They are also often driven by a need for more green and tactile qualities in urban spaces. And it's also about the fascination of collaborating with the living. As a result, yeah, of using seeds as dynamic materials in textile design, yeah, I teamed up with some other researchers and designers and founded the Living Textiles Collective. So there's actually quite a surprisingly yeah, big community now of designers and researchers and practitioners who are integrating seeds into textiles. So yeah, that's a really interesting phenomena at the moment. And yeah, also with yeah, with the emergence of biodesign to textile design, and yeah, also the period of the pandemic, we can really see that nowadays designers weave connections to various disciplines and move between different environments like biolabs, design studios, their own home, and do field work in different places. So like we have a quite fluid design landscape. And also with the increasing awareness that the living organisms we considered primitive have much more agency than we thought, and under influence of ecofeminist philosophy. Sorry that I have to stretch my neck a little, but I don't see my slides on the computer. So yeah, and under influence of ecofeminist philosophy, design develops more and more into a practice of with. So making with, thinking with, staying with, living with, and becoming with one another. And today I would like to present three, yeah, let's say case studies. I have to say that I don't have a, or let's say like my teaching experience is very much based on like being invited and then to share the practices of my research. So I really have the privilege to bring my research into education, but in a quite experimental way, and yeah, like I don't have a continuous educational position at my university, but have different experience with different universities. And yeah, I will share three experiences. So the first one, yeah, was so, and the first one was a bachelor course at my former university in Hamburg, and we called it Fruit Flies Do As Well Have Feelings. And that one really informed the framework that you can see in the middle, and then staying with the trouble and also the insect summer camp, they explore more designing for the living and staying with. So the bachelor course for textile design students at the University for Applied Sciences was happening in spring, summer 2021 during the pandemic. So it was a complete online course. And the students never never really heard of biodesign before. It was running for one semester, and it was a collaboration with Nicole Kiers, also a textile designer. And there we explored lots of methods for actually changing our perspective, to open our awareness and perspectives towards other living organisms. So these are a couple of exercises or methods that we developed for this course. For example, a silent walk or interviews with other living beings, writing a love letter, redesign, or a collage of speculative cohabitation. And since it was a complete, it was an online, like we were not able to meet because of Corona, and I also live in Denmark and not in Germany anymore. But we had a really great time and used Miro as our digital classroom, where also all the students were posting and like creating their little kind of own rooms to furnish, like with their experiments and photos. And it was really beautiful to work with this digital tool, because all the students could also see what the others are working on. And they could also comment on each other's works, or it was a really great, it worked really well, even though of course the students were also a bit frustrated of like sitting alone at home, but we invented quite a lot of methods to have a good time online. And all of the students also set up an interview with questions that they came up with, and arranged an interview in their homes together with a living being that they were living together with. For example, a spider under the cupboard, or their pets, and then so it was a really kind of rich and experimental experience. And we also analyzed biodesign work in regards to whether they are using living organisms in a design process, or whether they are designing for another living species or co-creating a material, for example. So we also, okay, now it's a little louder. And an example for the redesign. And in, yes, of course. Yeah, so the redesign was about taking a project from the last semester and kind of redesigning it towards like a biodesign perspective. So whether this expression or this project would also be possible from a biodesign perspective. And then this summer, we organized the Insect Summer Camp for 3 weeks in August. And the summer camp happened in 2 parts. One part was focused on designing for living organisms, and the other part was focused on being with other living organisms. And it was a project together with Dilan Özkan, Laurin Kilvert, and Asya Ilgün. Was also received some funding and lots of support. These are, this is our team. And as you can see, like we had a really great time for 3 weeks in summer, and we're running quite on adrenaline. Because we carried out a design workshop at Newcastle University at the HBBE for 10 days. And then we had 1 day to transition to Welse, where I live at the moment, and we spent 8 days in the scout camp of my landlords and lived together with around 30 people for these 8 days. So it was really quite an intense time. And it was really interesting to compare the two parts because they were fundamentally different. So while we invited 9 participants to join the workshop in Newcastle, we just accepted 35 co-creators who could just sign up without any prerequisites. And while we were working mostly inside and in an urban environment and with specific workshops for clay 3D printing or like for 3D printing and biodesign work, in the second part we were hanging out in a rural environment and worked in the barn, in the forest, around a bonfire, and also in the kitchen. So yeah, in the first part we had as a common goal a facade installation, and in the second part we wanted to explore how it is to be with one another and with other living beings. And while we were doing clay 3D printing, crocheting and parametric design in the first part, we had meditations, perception walks, movement practices, and bonfire discussions in the second part. So, did I forget something? Yeah, so the first part had a program that we as core organizers provided, while the program in the second part was co-created by all the people who were taking part. That was also one of the main differences and really interesting to experience. And then for the coordination and project development communication, we use Discord. And like we also have a part that is open to everyone. And the different groups for part 1 and part 2. So I'm showing some slides for part 1 now, where we manufactured this facade installation for insects that explores a living facade installation and like more porous boundaries between the inside and the outside. And of course, we also encountered a lot of questions, like how is it actually possible to design for multi-species? It's just so complex. This insect summer camp was really basically a way of trying to find, not really some answers, but to get at least a little closer to potential answers. So this was the workflow during the part 1 camp. We had lots of design discussions, had some tangible and digital designing. We engaged in freeform crocheting, worked with sensors and fabricated the pieces with clay 3D printing, then inoculated them with mycelium, built the structure outside on the facade, integrated the textiles to the 3D printed clay part, and also even had a public workshop just in 9 days. So that was quite an intense time. We also worked a lot with Miro again. And that's also just such a, I don't want to make any advertising for this tool, but it's just really good for the process, like to collaborate on a process and also to document. So it really serves a lot of purposes. The textile processing looked like this. We crocheted textiles, then had to sterilize them, then filled them with mycelium in the biolab. And yeah, on the right picture you can see like how everyone was really curious to touch the piece. And then yeah, crocheting was our main textile strategy. To connect the clay pieces with the textiles. We also dipped the textiles into clay. We were unfortunately not allowed to fire them in the kiln, so we just dried them and placed them outside. Now in my own research, I also dip textiles into clay and then fire them and then connect them with textiles to other textiles that are just dipped into clay to explore different temporalities and textile expressions between like really hard and sturdy and long-lasting and the opposite. Yeah, here you can see some close-ups of the interactions between the mycelium and the different materials. And this is how the final installation looks like. And yesterday I gave a talk during the Architects Network meeting on living architecture in Newcastle. That's where we manufactured our piece in August. And it was really, really interesting to again be there and to observe the structure and how it had changed, and to observe like, are there any insects at all? How is it? Yeah, how did it work? So these are some images from 2 days ago, very fresh, and you can also see the differences between the fired clay pieces and the unfired clay pieces, and how both also react differently to the weather. And we still have a lot of communication with our participants. We have a WhatsApp chat, and Dylan, who is based in Newcastle, she feeds us with images quite often, and then we are all engaging and like staring at the pictures. And one of us spotted a bug, so then there was a discussion going on about this bug. And that's I just so appreciate to still be in touch. And that's also something that we are working with. So the textile summer or the insect summer camp was just the beginning of creating an actual community. And now we have to transition the community towards new projects, but also reflecting and writing up what we've experienced. And we need to also get more data on how the installation is actually changing over time, so that it feeds the next iterations that we are planning. Some feedback from some of the participants. We really tried and were also quite successful in manifesting a very non-hierarchical, very fun and atmosphere. So we just really had a blast, and that's why we also could accomplish so much in the 9 days. And what is very dear to me is also, like one of the participants mentioned, I know now that there's an active and helpful community that I can always reach out to when working with multi-species projects. And that's very important in our practice, because we all very often feel like aliens in our environment. And we have to explain, oh, why do we have to do this? Like, why are we doing this? And we have to really argue for our practice. And in this group, we can discuss on a different level. And yeah, that's one of the main takeaways for all of us, that we can support one another. So, yeah, the part two, towards multi-species worldings as an everyday design practice. Yeah, we were around 30 to 35 people who also came from all over the world to hang out on the Danish countryside. We also worked a lot with Miro, especially as a preparation, because, yeah, there was, I mean, I was the main kind of, yeah, not really organizer, but more like a moderator, since like the whole part was about co-creation. Yeah, we had to co-create really everything, like from who is cleaning the bathroom and making the food for 35 people to what are we actually doing in those 8 days. So this was all co-created, and that of course took a lot of yeah, a lot of time, a lot of Zoom meetings, a lot of brainstorming via Miro. And we also organized ourselves into several focus groups, in regards to organizational issues, like who is making the food and who is buying it, what are we doing, and then like more specific focus groups to explore how to be with other living organisms, and like, yeah, through the practices of moving, performing, or bodily experiences, making, thinking, speculating, perceiving, and also documenting and mapping. Yeah, so this is how our Miro board looks like. And here we also worked a lot with Discord and also some other messengers. Yeah, and then the co-creation of the activities looked like this. So we had a co-created schedule of activities that each of us came up with and organized. So it was a completely everyone, doesn't matter how experienced they were, could organize or also co-create a workshop or an activity or something else. Yeah, so we had, our day started at 7 o'clock in the morning already, and I was really surprised that people were up for that. But yeah, there was multi-species crocheting in the morning at 7 o'clock before breakfast already. And yeah, every one of us learned how to prepare food for 35 people, which is also quite a good skill, probably. We had some embodiment workshops. I had a lot of magnifying tools to get a better view on insects and their different expressions, and also had perception walks. For example, Kuai Shen, a media artist from Cologne, showed us, he told us a lot about ants, and the middle picture shows Lara, who is tasting the smell that ants produce when they are a little stressed. Yeah, a lot of bonfire storytelling and discussions. Yeah, and the feedback here, the most impactful thing was to meet like-minded people who are deeply open to explore new ways of being, creating, relating. This experience and receiving positive personal feedback was really transformative to me and encouraged me to lead a 2-hour workshop in Berlin. So this is also like really important to embody, not to embody, but yeah, to empower other people to really bring their practices forward. And this is really what we also try to do with the second part, to give people like a platform to become more comfortable with their own practices and then to bring them into another context. Yeah, so due to the insect summer camp, we now have quite a large, like around 50 people, an on and offline community that we continue to, that we want to continue to work with. We are planning some publications, handed in a paper just 2 days ago. And there are lots of initiatives and projects and also thoughts about like a next installation and the next summer camp for next year. So I think it also makes like really a lot of sense to work with, like if one has experienced such intense workshop and like we got to know one another, we know who is really good with what, and then to not continue working with those people is, it doesn't make so much sense. So we really want to nurture this community and continue working with one another to drive forward our practices. So I hope you still have some some energy left. I don't know for how long I'm talking already, but just short. This was a 1-day workshop in September this year, together with Linnaeus University in Växjö. They have a really interesting program, like master program, which is called Design Plus Change, where students are educated to becoming change agents. And they work with different design methods, techniques, and strategies. And this workshop was a collaboration with Stefan Rutzer about multi-species cohabitation. And we struggled for a long time to come up with a workshop proposal. And then one day we had this idea of, okay, like what does it actually mean to stay with the trouble? I mean, that's probably you know all the book by Donna Haraway, or I mean, it's a very popular literature at the moment. And it's called Staying with a Trouble. And what does it actually mean in a design context? So we explored that with students just for a day. And there were a lot of questions that fed into this 1-day workshop. Also, how to design for other species, how to live with other species and their expressions and behaviors. For instance, the non-pleasurable one, like smells and noises, and then also in relation to climate change, like how to deal with unwanted, dangerous, painful, threatening, unpredictable, and overwhelming expressions of change. Being human is also quite a struggle often, like how to be with bodily discomfort, pain, challenging emotions, relations, situations, and so on. And then also being and becoming a designer is full of struggles. How to deal with uncertainties and not knowing how to take decisions if there is not really a right one. Yeah, I will skip this slide. Yeah, so in this workshop we tried to to expand our capacity or window of tolerance, or like to try to stay with the trouble a little longer instead of immediately coming up with solutions. So the exercises that we introduced were the students were asked to take a struggle from their everyday lives in regards to another living being, could be an insect or a pet or someone else, and then to really try to feel and imagine how this struggle felt like in the body, like also maybe using a little bit of meditation and really imagination to get back into this experience and then to describe it. What thoughts and what bodily expressions come up. And then the students were asked to develop a method and a protocol to deal with such a situation, and then to share it with one another. So here again, we worked with Miro, and you can see like one new method or tool or protocol that one of the students, or like actually one group of students came up with. And I would like to share some reflections with you around multi-species design and textile design education. It's not an exhaustive list, and I just created it yesterday in the plane, so it's not really it's not exhaustive. But the challenges for education, like from my point of view at the moment, is like, how do we teach what we don't know ourselves, and who is responsible or able to respond. What is actually success, and how do we evaluate education, and what are the knowledges that are relevant? And just some thoughts about like, how do we teach what we don't know ourselves? That's also the reason why I live together with my research experiments, because I really want to find out how it is to live with what I propose, and to really also to open myself towards all the experiences that are out there for me to experience, and to really learn from this experience myself. And then also learning with one another and from one another, I find really important, that there is like a non-hierarchical way of learning from one another. I see artifacts as processes and representations of an idea. That's also like, my work doesn't produce artifacts that are products or a result, but they are a way of thinking and expressing these thoughts, and also to live with these kind of manifested questions. So autoethnographic methods, yeah, I find very useful. And also staying with the questions, because I find that answers are always temporary and situated and contextual. So there is no one right answer to anything. So then it's more important to actually stay with the questions. Who is responsible? Yeah, I find that competitive thinking creates separation. So what I'm really passionate about is collaboration and co-creation, and also yeah, relating authentically with one another, with all emotions and all that there is. And then of course, yeah, and that's, I guess, quite a tricky thing in education, that yeah, that we need to trust the process and also trust the students, that they find their way, and yeah, and there is kind of a trusting that needs to be paid forward, and yeah, and yeah, the kind of from frontal to circular. Yeah, and then also like listening into or sensing and responding to the group field, that like prove very, very useful in the summer. Yeah, in actually all the workshops. We sometimes switched plans around because we felt that the group was not in the right place. So we really try to listen and sense into the group field and respond accordingly. Yeah, and then what is success and how do we evaluate education? For me, also after the experience of the summer camp, the greatest success is for me like when people take responsibility for their own experience, and yeah, also like when comfort and challenge is balanced. Yeah, because I believe that we cannot deliver really great ideas when we are completely stressed out. But we also can't really come up with very innovative ideas from a completely comfortable place, because then there is no challenge. So it's there needs to be some kind of a balance. And what are the knowledges that are relevant? And in my point of view, it's a balance between factual and tacit knowledges, between mind and body, and also to be able to follow own interests and curiosities and going with the flow. Diversity in ways of thinking, being, and doing, and also earth wisdom practices. So yeah, that's my last slide. And I guess we have quite a lot of things to discuss. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Svenja. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. I think we can have some time for a short question and answer session, but Svenja will also join us in the discussion that we'll have later. So we can start here and then continue. Do someone have questions? Do we have the microphone?
Maybe also
Is there a microphone?
If I ask a question, can you hear me? It's for the recording. Yes, well, we don't need it then. You can need the recording. Oh, I see. Thank you.
But you can come forward and ask the question.
Yeah. I don't really, no. I want to ask, it's very, very interesting. Just to get discussion going, going, otherwise you just, you know, you don't get feedback, right? Oh, I can go back down again.
Maybe you also need a bit of digesting.
No, no, I'm all right. I can work on the fly.
Okay.
She's from UK.
No, it's not that. It's just quite a lot of experience. What I was going to ask, because I think it's really interesting having worked with, over the years, quite a lot of designers who particularly are strong in designerly thinking, or process over product. I'm sure you're aware of that, particularly with in Goldsmiths with Bill Gaver. But I think what's particularly interesting is what I would call the plein air, or going into nature. So you have the outside, inside, as opposed to inside the lab, going outside. That's a very interesting point. And that in terms of education, informal or otherwise, it's not like setting up a big computing lab. So if for people who might think, well, you know, Sweden and Denmark, I think, are very at the forefront of this area of thinking and practices, actually, more so than anywhere else. It's not like you've got to think of lots of money. You have to have attitude, a different kind of methodology. I think autoethnography is interesting, but you might need to elaborate on that. And the other references, tacit knowledge and Polanyi. I mean, I know them, but maybe a lot of people won't necessarily. So I think it's to encourage, the question really is, it's not impossible to have this kind of lab scenario within an educational environment. It's more about people, process, and attitude, as opposed to big computing labs, which people get obsessed by.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of digitalization, yeah, it's really interesting. Also, a couple of years ago, at least in my former university, there was a discussion around kicking out the textile education because of the big costs, and to really focus on digitalization only. And now with biodesign, like we are actually experiencing quite the opposite, and that has influenced the textile education also quite a lot. Now we are getting bio labs into the design universities. So, for example, we now have a bio lab at CETA, and that's quite interesting. And even though CETA, for example, I mean, it's the Center for Information Technology and Architecture, but they are very heavily moving towards, basically using living materials and living organisms, especially mycelium and fungal networks, for architectural propositions. And still, of course, quite a lot also informed by computational technologies, but it's really, craft and then the question is also like, what is technology? Technology is not only like electronics and computational technology, but it's also handcrafts technologies.
I think that's really perhaps one of the most interesting things, because so many institutions have thrown out a lot of what you might call not just those particular skills, but also the equipment, thinking it was just heritage, for example. When actually, as I tried to say, it's at the forefront with new ways of thinking and attitude, which is the being with as opposed to the working on or against. So that's particularly pertinent to our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to encourage our participants online to write their questions on Facebook or YouTube of the Contextile pages. Someone wants to ask a question? Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's connected, right? Thank you for your presentation. Picking up on the comments, the previous comments about changing a little bit the way we teach and the way we engage in our classrooms with your experiments on the field. In a formal kind of arrangement, would this be possible? Do you think it's possible to integrate back in schools these outdoor learning facilities, the experiments on the field, without being summer camps, but trying to change this? I mean it. Trying to change the way we do this formally, trying to introduce more this kind of experiments?
Yeah, I think it's very necessary, but of course it's also a challenge. And I think the big question is like how to bring these practices back into the classroom and to not only address the mind but also the body. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
I would like to ask you if you had any experience with children, teaching with children, or with this kind of workshops of observing nature and thinking about bio design with them.
Actually, not yet. Like we initially, the summer camp was also open to families and children, but it didn't happen. So maybe next time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I came very late, so I didn't hear 90% of the presentation, but it's more to the question that she asked regarding the outdoor educational model, things like that. But it's not a question, but it's more like a response in a way, because from my own experience also, it's one of the questions that I've been asking myself, throughout my practice, because I come from a place where having school buildings infrastructure is a problem. But at the same time, you also have quite a lot of nature, and not just simple nature, maybe aspects of nature that are connected to, let's say, the urban context, like in my city and like many other cities, where a lot of trees have been chopped down. You still have areas where the trees are still intact within communities because they were sites of burial grounds and they are somehow ritualistic in a way. So no one dares cut a tree there because they feel like they'll be cursed or something like that. In the meantime, also within the state, the government, a lot of people always accuse the government that it doesn't try to build enough schools, and a lot of school kids are studying, let's say, under trees and things like that. Which, on the side of the people, yes, it's true because we need those infrastructure. But at the same time, on a more artistic level and from a more philosophical point of view, it's interesting to think about how you somehow create an institutional structure out of these systems, because the classroom is not necessarily like the architectural space or the building, but it's more or less about the connection to the space, the form, and the things you can learn out of it. Because, for instance, in our institution in Tamale, we're able to create educational programs that goes in between, for instance, the classroom, which is like the institutional structure, the archive, library, the parliament, exhibition space, versus, let's say, the forest area, which ordinarily the kids wouldn't go there to play because they feel like they are ghosts lingering about these places. Whereas we try to let them understand that because they are of a generation that has to inherit, let's say, a world that we've already somehow destroyed, how do we create enough spaces? So even if they are old factories, like sometimes there are factories that are abandoned, like there's an old cotton factory within the city, which recently I was negotiating to acquire, so we could use them into classrooms and other things. When they occupy these spaces, they are not traditional spaces which have the traditional technological forms and everything, but they are that's unaccounted thing. There are certain forms of specters which are within these spaces, which allow us both across different generations to be able to elevate the way we think about what education really is and what it does to the human being within the planet or the spaces that we occupy. So it's just a thought. I really like that idea because it's still very difficult within this world that we live in for people to be able to like take those positions. So I thought it was interesting just to share this thought. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We have here an online question, comment from Francisco Cunha. He has, may low high tech be our future?
Sorry, can you?
May low high tech
Yes.
be our future?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe we can finish now. We have a short break, and we will continue after 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Dominica? Can you hear me? Are you there? Luis, help.
Dominica? Dominica?
Luís, não consigo ouvir a Dominica.
Hello?
Dominica, it's Natasha.
Yes, can you
can you
can
hear
you hear
me?
me now? I can hear you, yeah.
I can hear you also. Great, thank you for being here.
Great. It's also a pleasure and honor to me. So
can you just, we need just to make sure we can see you. Can we share your screen?
with my presentation?
No, not a presentation. Can we show you? Oh, we are seeing you. Is it okay? You're here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I can
so can you see yourself?
Yes, I can see myself.
So everything is great. I think once you do the screen sharing, we won't be able to see you, okay? And to see you again, we need to stop the sharing.
Okay.
So if Isabel will come to the stage, if you can see her, this beautiful lady. She's our co-host. She will be.
Hello, Dominica. Can you see me?
Hello, no, not
Isabel,
yet.
I don't see me either.
Yeah, depois pode sair. Ela consegue ouvir-te aqui.
Ok.
Consegues falar com ela por aqui.
Dominica não nos consegue ver, mas depois vai conseguir ver.
Não? Assim pode ser.
Hello. Can you?
Hello.
You can hear me, Dominica?
Yes, I can hear you. I confirm.
Okay. So we'll continue with our session with speakers. Dominika Krogulska-Czekalska is a Doctor of Arts and Director of the Textile Institute of Design Faculty of the Stremiński Academy of Fine Arts in Lodz, Poland, where she's also a lecturer of textile design. In the decorative textile studio, she explores the secrets and possibilities of jacquard structures, involving her students in the inquiries and searching for unconventional ways of application of this traditional technology. Throughout her research, thinking over and over the right to create new artifacts results in paying more attention to commenting on surrounding reality and in critical attitude, both as artist and designer. And she is most willing to explore the field between disciplines, preferably critical but also restorative. Dominika actively exhibits her work internationally, and in 2020 she received the Must Have Award. Dominika, you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you for introducing me. Before I will share my screen, I will tell you that I feel a bit intimidated by the greatness of Svenja's lecture. I must say that I agree with her totally and admire her research and how important it is. So yeah, maybe I will just share my screen on which you will see the information that was read by during the introduction. And So because I have only 10 minutes, I cannot be so precise. I cannot go into details. So I decided to show mainly some examples, which are the results of realizing on my teaching methods. And yeah, so and of course I wish I could be there with you, because I know the atmosphere, I know wonderful people. Yeah, I feel sorry I cannot be there in person with you, but not to lose my time for explanations, I will straightforward go to my presentation. So in this first picture, you can see my own textile during Equality Parade in Warsaw 2022. And in the first plan, you can see my protest blanket. I call it a protest blanket because it was meant to wrap, cover, and protect protesters or marching people, all people that are somehow repressed. And this is mainly my what I'm interested in textile. Textile became my natural medium of expression after I graduated from two textile design studios, and I tried to verify my deepest reflections and needs to create artifacts that will be close to the viewer by its familiar, soft, and warm materiality that carry meanings and significance itself, and can be also perfect medium to pass along messages and become powerful statement or useful item. It is extremely important to me. And my basic teaching method is talk and discussion, followed by my lecture, but I also present tools and methods of creation possible to use in our institute. Because of course my students have the proper workshops where they can learn all techniques step by step anyways, but yeah, if I were to say what is most interesting to me regarding textile is the keyword comfort cloth. I think this social issue is most important to me. So the next slide shows our workshop and the tool that I managed to buy for the academy, for my studio, which is great tool for really rapid prototyping of ideas. Because when I work with my students, I usually present concepts and often abstract ideas, and this is in lecture. I share my own interests, findings that open the discussion. And of course, I ask general questions that can be developed according to students' concept of a problem in a specific context. And it is also very important that I always fit my methods according to who I talk to, what is the student's experience and the background. So after research and consultation, we decide about the direction and method of solving a problem, because defining a problem is also important moment in this working with on a project. And afterwards comes prototyping and verification to choose the best project to materialize. And as I said, I usually work one-on-one, but also discussing all stages with other students during group presentations of concepts. We often invite guests from industry or institutions to get their feedback. And depending on the method of realization of a project, the process may be prolonged while optimizing to the specific requirements. And so the discussion is crucial on every stage. And I assume that, especially in textile, you you only may say that you know the method if you experience one. You only can say that you know the structure if you really create it on the loom and you see the result on the loom, and then you touch it, observe it, and yeah, this is it. So experiencing and prototyping is crucial and inseparable in a teaching process. And so to achieve excellency in textile, as I said, to get experience in creation, in building simple and more complicated structures, and to understand in consequence, experiment with new solutions. So here in the picture, you can see the jacquard meadows. They are industrially produced. And this is the part of the project, because the collection was bigger. Part of the project, Camila wanted to explore and educate people with the knowledge about the plants, actually weeds, that are favorite for pollinators, especially for bees. So instead of using those noble plants and flowers as a motif for classical pattern, she was using weeds, and yeah, so the collection was quite moving itself. It's still very attractive and can be implemented into production. So this is one example. And the next one, you can see at the left, Julia Piekarska, and at the right, Dominika Gacka, who formed they work together as a REST textile studio. And this is, I shared the example in response to this question about the meaning of collaboration, because as they prove, the collaborating with others and working in teams, even just a duo, can be the best way to consolidate. And by joining forces in working together, increase the chance of success. And my student had recently proved this. So the REST Textile Studio is a craft-based concept developed by two of them. And every day, I would say, it is more and more visible on design, artistic, and art and design market stage, because they were included in many professional groups. They exhibit with craft masters, and they are really appreciated. Here you can see the picture of the solo show in Wrocław. And their experience is based on haptics and tactile stimulation, because the topic that I wanted them to explore was multisensorial experience, how to design experience because it's obvious that we perceive textile on many levels by actually all senses. And here you can also see Dominika Gacka that you have just seen in the picture. It's her BA diploma collection, Touches, and it was mainly produced on this TC2 loom, but also on the loom of our workshop, over 100-year-old loom. And then I know that they developed the project together with Julia and showed the textile this blanket at the right bottom corner on many professional exhibitions. And here also the example of Julia Piekarska. She's also the part of this Rest Textile studio. She, together with Maja Sobura, who was her master during masterclass workshop, which I also organized at the Academy. Julia created this collection of specific products based on wastes, which it is in the name Restki, because rest is like the waste, something that is not that nobody needs anymore, and then she uses as a basis for new material. And so again, a masterclass is a very important part of our education, because meeting someone from outside, from the world, from with different perspective is maybe very fruitful in results. And so we have the material evidence of it in this collection also. And of course, Julia is developing the project to use the material, but the process is so interesting and so important. It gives many possibilities to use. And another example of collaboration, successful collaboration, is very joyful collective Szmat Skład, which means like the stock of textiles, but it's a very cool name, and it proves the distance that girls have to themselves. And so this is the team of 4 enthusiastic designers. They design jacquard textiles. They are produced in industry, and they are cooperating with first corporations and opinion forming people. And this is also the example of a comfort cloth, because people are really moved with the motifs that shows how careful the girls are, and what they want to say by this soft product, blanket or a plaid. And here you can also see the motif that is quite specific, original. They are all educated in arts, so their skills are proven, and they use it freely to produce, to design motifs that are supposed to comfort us, together with the qualities of the blanket, which is to cover, to give you warmth and soft pleasure. So this was the collective. And another example is the example of my former student Zuza Wójcik. She graduated from my studio, Decorative Textile Studio, where she created the collection of textiles for well-being. And here you can see the screens of the Color Hive magazine. And it says that this is the design direction for 2024. And this is her textile, one of the collection of this diploma she created for diploma in my studio. And experiencing textile, developing her knowledge, made her to continue her education in other school and institution. And I'm really proud that she could work and in Boros, where she also graduated with magnificent MA diploma. She received awards in Milan, where they could present their diploma works during diploma show. And she received internship in Textile Lab in Tilburg, where she's during the internship now. As far as I know, she also received the Lotto Zero invitation for internship or residency. And she also received some proposals for cooperating with industry and putting her designs, her collections into production. So yeah, and she was also concentrated mainly on structure and stimulating senses, and mainly touch, not especially sight. And so we all work with phenomenology, and one of our most important author at the studio is Juhani Palasma. I advise my students to read his books. It's like must read, because it is also crucial and important for me myself. And so about Zuza, here you can see the picture at Boros, I suppose. It's not yet in Tilburg. And the picture of her collection from MA in Boros. And yeah, this is it. And here I would like to share with you the very specific, very special animation that is the product of pandemic times, because we had the limited possibilities of using our workshop to produce textiles, to prototype them. So my students use this possibility to work online on textile simulations, because we use the professional program, because to weave on a digital loom, you have to translate your design into digital language, the language understood by the machine. And my student, Justyna Kołakowska, she decided to create the animation, and this animation is based on textile structure simulations, which are very freely composed. She tries to draw her own weaves. That's why the structure itself is very experimental, because she also had an opportunity just before her diploma defense to do some samples and check the structures that she designed, because every frame of this animation is actually the ready to weave textile. And of course, the main product here is this animation, and this animation shows in quite abstract and simple, very short form, the situation during the lockdown, when we were all closed in our flats, and yeah, we have to exist like this, observe world through the window. And so these are mainly the motifs, and it's called the 1 year simulation. And so I hope you can see it. If not now, it is available online, but I will try to turn it on. No, I think you can. I think it was some. I'm trying to. Oh, I think it's visible. I don't know if you can hear the voice. It's quite important.
Dominica?
Yes.
Okay, I think we can share the link for the animation, so our participants can.
Dzień dobry, cześć wszystkim, tu Patryk Chilewicz.
Yes, of course.
And
I will
want to ask if you have already finished the presentation.
I still have one slide. Where you can see the. I'm not sure if I can copy this like this. Yeah, so yes, of course. Here you can have the addresses of all the young designers, and also the YouTube for the animation. Yeah, just to sum up, I wanted to tell what was said before also, that it is, for me, it is really important to concentrate on empowering students, be very attentive on what did they need, because they are also very attentive regarding how they can contribute to the world. And yeah, what contribution would be the best, and how important is being honest with yourself and with the world. And I think that textile itself is a really great medium to use for communicating ideas. And so I would sum up my own experience as critical design, critical textile. And this is also, this is not the path that I encourage all my students to follow, because yeah, I try to concentrate on their quality, their potential. So
Thank
this
you,
is it,
Dominica. I
to
think we
be
have
authentic.
to move to the next speaker, but please stay with us for the discussion, and
Yes.
you will share. Yes, you need to stop sharing the Zoom. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll have Isabel Quaresma, who is a visual artist, researcher, and guest lecturer at Faculty of Fine Arts of the University of Porto, teaching the curricular unit of built textiles since 2017. She has a master's in design and printing techniques and a degree in plastic arts of the same university. She's interested in working in the transdisciplinary field generated by textiles, transforming vanished technologies and cultures into emerging fields through her practice. And she was the invited artist at Contextile 2016. Furthermore, she is also director of the project Climate.studio, in which she carries out free education programs. Isabel?
It's here, my PDF. Yes.
Faz partilha. Onde é que está o botão?
Tinha que ser o ecrã total, não é?
É?
Que este eu estou habituada aos Macs.
Ok. Então, e se a gente fizer... Não? Não está aí ninguém da organização? Ah, já está. Ah, consegui.
Tá, mas não dá o ecrã total?
Tá. Ah, gênio.
Espera aí. So, good morning to all, and thank you for being here. I'm in the representation. Oh, yeah. Okay. Of the Faculty of Fine Arts of the University of Porto, to talk about the learning of textiles in our courses. We have an optative class called Textos Construídos, Constructed Textiles, that is available into the 2 semesters, in the first and in the second, and it's likewise opening to all branches of our courses, including communication design course. Therefore, we have this class students, of all branches, whether sculpture, whether painting or multimedia,
and opening to the students above the second year. In this class, they will learning the basic textiles techniques with short workshops about different topics, such tapestry, weaving, embroidery, printmaking, or dyeing. At the same time, they should respond to proposals that turn that knowledge or skills into subjects of discussion with conceptual dimension. This UC aims to implement research projects of sustained art expression as textiles, paying special attention to the use of such process and issues in contemporary art. In the constructed textiles course, aims to an introduction to the world of textiles, materials, methods, and tools as another means of artistic expression and technical formalization, performing to creating models and structures, individual and teamworks. The UC objectives propose to deepen the knowledge of materials and technologies involved textiles, particularly as regards its use in three-dimensionality. So textiles has been more and more searching by students year after year as a medium to describe and to communicate the concerns, both contemporary world and contemporary art. Textiles operate in the threshold of functional and symbolic, and as an agent against to invest our routines of our everyday lives. This tension between the function and symbolic make textiles a theme of material culture, touch, and multidisciplinarity that combines with the transverse dimension of the different courses we have in our faculty. The establishment protocols with partners outside the university, particularly with other educational institutions, and recently with an association committed with the recovery of ancient and lost procedures, practices, and materials, promotes a new kind of knowledge anchored in the sensorial experience of lost technologies, where students can do workshops and residences. Thank you. It's a short. I'm very obedient to the 10 slides. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Isabel Quaresma. And now we'll have Rita Salvado, who has a PhD in textile engineering, and she is director of the Museu de Lanifícios, Wool Museum of University of Beira Interior. And at the same university, Rita Salvado is an assistant professor at Department of Textile Science and Technology and researcher at LabCom Communication and Arts, and she coordinates the PhD in fashion design. Her research is based on synergies between textile engineering, design, and industrial heritage applied to wearable technology and cultural enhancement. Her work also focuses on the projective dimension of the Wool Museum collection, in particular the study of the collection of fabrics and historical threads and development of products and services, educational and cultural tourism, which are articulated with the promotion of the wool route Translana. Professor Rita Salvado, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, you can start
Good morning.
your presentation. Good morning.
Thank you, and thank you, Isabel, for your nice introduction. And please know how deeply sad I am to not be able to be there physically with you and enjoy these textile talks and also the exhibitions. Um, but well, it happened. I got sick in the bad moment. So, and as Isabel told, my background is textile engineering, and so I had to make an option to present to you in 10 slides an interesting experience and I believe a powerful tool to share with artists as well as with designers as well as with the current textile industry. So my presentation will be focused on our historical background and our historical memory on textile industry of wool here at Covilhã, and how we approach it to conserve this memory in a very active way, putting it available to as inspiration to create novel ideas and novel interpretations of textiles. So I will share my presentation. Are you seeing well? Yes. Okay, so I talk to you from this city. It's the historical center of the wool industry in Portugal, but please know that we have a lot in common with Guimarães, because you know that in 1881 the industrial survey has pointed only 3 Portuguese cities as being really industrial cities, and they were Porto, Guimarães, and Covilhã. And this picture you are seeing is a picture of the Covilhã of today. And as you see, this is one part of our campus of the university, and Covilhã presents a very singular landscape, and the university has been playing a important role on it, because made the clear option to rebuild into old industrial buildings, and so to install the university campus at the city center. And so, indeed, at Covilhã, we have lots of evidences of this history as city factory, and still today, textile industry is an important economic motor and developer of the city and of the region. So it is really a particular landscape, cultural landscape, and please know that to create this cultural landscape, education has been always connected, and an important points were in 1884 it was created at Covilhã the first industrial school, the school Campos Melo, and it was a very important school to formate technical people for the textile industry. And in 1973, it was created at Covilhã the Polytechnical Institute that has become later on the university. And the first courses were also textile engineering and accounting and management, also to be in connection and support the local industry. This picture I am showing you is the image of one of the rooms of the Wool Museum. It is a museum of the university, and it was really an important discovery, because discovering that this building was the Royal Textile Factory, created in 1764 by the Marquis of Pombal at Covilhã, was really an important knowledge to better understand the history of the industrialization in Portugal and the role that Covilhã has played on it. And as you see, just visiting the Wool Museum, it allows an immersion on this ambience of a dye house with manual techniques still, with natural dyes, of course, so that will inspire the industry and the designers and the visitors of today. The Wool Museum has the second pole that is focused on the industrialization, and just walking through all the city, and the Wool Museum as a third pole that is an open air site that's in other part of the city. Just walking through the city offers these surprises of seeing industrial buildings that are monuments. They are non-intentional monuments, but they are still monuments. And of course, the Wool Museum has the wool route, Translana, to guide, to explore this cultural landscape. And of course, this cultural landscape is very enriched with culture mapping around techniques that have been specialized to specific of types of wools, to specific use of technologies and machines. So it's a very rich content, not only on material evidences, but as well as in immaterial content. And in this point, I forgot to tell you. Probably you know what is the English number and the metric number, but just to show you how rich is this local culture, did you know that Covilhã has a Covilhã number to classify the yarns of wool that were produced here? So we can really immerse in a textile culture and explore and find details in several dimensions. But of course, there is a technical approach of it. We have a very significant textile collection that is that represents what were produced at Covilhã in the 20th century, and it is a collection constituted of more than 60,000 swatches, draws, technical production information, and at the moment, almost 8,000 samples are already digitalized and make accessible through our Archaeotex database. This approach um, intend to support artists, designers, current industry to come and look for this knowledge, industrial knowledge, and copy, replicate, learn to do it again and do it better. So as a support to industry 4.0, to prototyping, to scalable production in smart factory process, to customization. So looking forward, more sustainable industrial processes and more sustainable textile products. This requires a technical approach, and I realized that sometimes it's difficult to engage fashion design students, fashion design colleagues. So I am just showing you these posters of the campaign of 1950, because I introduce the fashion design students to this historical archive through the wool campaigns, and they are really very interesting, very different from the campaigns of today, and we can learn a lot about on the properties of wool, and this is still very important today. So to value wool as a sustainable raw material for textiles. So this is my final slide to tell you that I hope to not disappoint you, because I am not presenting you some artistic results, but I am focused on presenting some tools that I believe that are powerful and that are connected with what Dominica talked previously, very strongly connected, because these tools can be easily connected to digital fabrication, and so can help novel ways to produce and create textile structures. So just to conclude, this approach, it's not crystallized in the past, not at all, is very well grounded on our memory, but to get inspiration on it through the interpretation of the territory, of the landscape that is observed, and that is not only in the city, but is in an enlarged territorium around the mountain of Serra da Estrela. And the final goal is to promote new perceptions of textiles to our visitors at the museum, of course, and to all people interested on textiles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rita Salvado. So now we'll start the discussion session with Rita Salvado and Dominica online. And I will invite to the table Isabel Quaresma and Svenja Coyne, please. So if you have any questions for the speakers or topic that you like to further discuss, please feel free to ask. And again, I encourage our participants online to write their questions in the YouTube and or Facebook Contextile page. Okay. Can we have the, yes, the microphone, please?
Hi, thank you very much for all your presentations. I have a very practical question for Svenja about combining all these materials and working with biological materials. And specifically about mycelium, I'm very curious about how do you, the practicality of working with it, and how do you start placing it in what form on a textile? What are the conditions, favorable conditions, that could help it grow within your structures? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm not the most expert in mycelium, but for example, in the insect summer camp, we used these tubular structures, the crocheted structures, to fill them with already pre-grown mycelium. So like there are like different ways how to work with these fungal networks, and like you can buy them already online, grown on a specific substrate, but you can also grow them on a liquid. And you have to have sterile conditions usually to work with them. And because like we positioned this structure outside, we wanted to give the mycelium like a good head start to avoid contamination. And then we filled this mycelium overgrown substrate into the textile tube, and then so like first we had to sterilize the textile, and then like under
I think, Dominica, I think it's your microphone on.
Rita Salvados.
Rita Salvados. No, because it was not talking. Okay.
No, I can just continue. So, like first, you need to sterilize the textile, and then we filled it with pre-grown mycelium in the substrate, and then had it in a grow lab for a couple of days, so that the mycelium could like also overgrow the textile a little bit. So that was to give it a head start to then place it outside. Most of the mycelium work is like really produced inside the lab, and it's a very big question to actually move this work also outside of the lab, because of course in the labs, like it's not a like there's so much waste and plastic and energy produced, so that's what the research is also very much questioning and looking into, like how are these materials fabricated also in a way that doesn't take so much resources.
Thank you. We can move on to another question. Okay, so maybe I can.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry to be so boring about this. I was very interested in Porto that you have this possibility of working or encouraging students from what might be called fine art areas to come and work with you. Do you have any issues with other staff? And do you find that some of the, I mean, it's a gendered question. Some of the male students will come easily into your area and explore possibilities of material with you?
It's for me, that question?
Yes,
Yes, in our faculty, we have students that came from different areas and from different courses. So they are be able to do this UC of textiles, from the other disciplines or from the other courses, whether sculpture, whether painting, or whether design. And textiles combine this kind of multidisciplinarity, so they can develop more easily or more creativity their own their own field, their own I can say authorial work, right? So textiles helps to build this authorial work in our faculty. It's because they can change the various sculpture from textiles, from painting, from video, from sound, and they can, yes.
Okay, another question here? You have the microphone, please.
I would like to ask both if you see that's a kind of preference between male and female for these textile arts, when you have students or people doing workshops, if the majority is male, female, or it doesn't make difference?
Nowadays, in my classes, I have both usually. And it's very pleasant to see boys and to make crochet or work on textiles, on embroidering, and yes, it's not after year, different between the two sexes. There are shorts and yes, it's very grateful to see everybody work on this area that usually was an area from female work and for how now.
Thank you.
I don't know about you.
I would say the same, but I also know that, for example, I think that in the textile education that I'm familiar with, it's still very much female, but like when there are overlaps with other disciplines, then it gets more mixed.
Okay, we can move on to another question.
Maybe can I also say
yes,
what
of course,
I don't know if I can participate.
Yes, of course.
Right. Okay, because historically, drawing the fabrics at Covilhã, it was a job for men. We haven't identified a woman doing that, so it will be an interesting research project also to identify maybe some unknown creative person. But nowadays the reality is, as you are saying, in fashion design, the large majority of the students are female, but in research subjects around textiles, both female and male has been choosing, and those subjects. And at the museum, we tried to run some workshops on electronic textiles, and even on that approach that is more close to a maker approach, to other materials, to even robotics. But even on that workshops, we didn't see that male were the majority. So female are still the majority of our students, but we have some male that are interested on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Dominika in Poland can also. Dominika, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Yeah, it's I don't feel comfortable commenting on the issue of gender or sex. But yeah, as you have seen my presentation, there were mainly female students, female graduates. So I suppose there are, I mean, I know that there are more of them, but I think that especially in Fashion Institute, there are more and more female students. But yeah, we only talk here about sex, I suppose, and not about gender, which is more fluid, and they don't very often they don't want to be defined through this. They just want to create, and of course this all influence what they do and how they create. But yeah, it's quite hard question to answer. But just to answer this easy question, are there more male or female? So yes, there are more female students at my institute. Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe it is a general thing because there are more female at university in the current days, so it's normal that we see more female also in in the textile subject.
Good morning. I have a question for Dominika regarding the issue of co-working, collaborative working in art design. We've seen that in design students, it's normal, but in the artistic field, do you feel that they are, it's an obligation to work collaboratively with you? Can they choose? How do you
I encourage. It's not an obligation. It should be natural. So if there is a group that somehow finds the common view on things, common perspective, they naturally collaborate to support one another. So yeah, of course, I encourage. I show on those previous examples that by consolidation you can do more, you can be more visible because it is simply easier. But yeah, it is more obvious in design, more complicated in arts, because yeah, it's the specific of art that is mainly, you know, comforting your ego, your own ego. And in design, you do it usually for, or in most examples, and you do it, you design for others, and you create art mainly for yourself, and you can only have one viewer, and it's okay. Yeah, I've read some I think that Paula Antonelli wrote something about the difference between art and design by you know, catching this who you address. I mean, this is in art, it is only one person. In design, it should be more than one. So yeah, I'm coming somewhere else from the main question, but yeah, definitely it should it should not be obligation. I encourage and presenting good examples.
Yeah,
That's what I feel is yeah the right attitude.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with my answer, or should I speak more?
But let me, I can. I think in nowadays more and more we have collective artists that work in collective platforms and in collective than years ago, right? So this kind of ego, maybe it's more spread by this kind of work in collective way. I don't know what you think about.
I'm not sure if I could hear every word of your question. So it was something about the ego. I think it changes. So maybe in arts, especially, it's good to maybe encourage people more to collaborate, especially that the time is quite hard and the times are quite hard to work alone, even in arts. So it can just create maybe better atmosphere for creation. Yeah, just like this.
Thank you. We have now
Thank you.
another question.
Yeah. For anyone who wants to reply, I just wanted to ask, what do you think about the future of education after, for example, the pandemic? Some of you talk about like teaching online. What do you think about all these digital tools that we have now? And how do you see this field moving in the future, like with the hype of artificial intelligence to create wearables or augmented reality, like creating textiles through the computer, sometimes misleading people, saying that it's more sustainable. What do you think about that? And what do you think about the future of the education in this field?
Who wants to start?
I think the pandemic times that we passed a few months ago, 2 or 3 years ago, it was the opportunity to find another ways of working with in the art fields, and of course there are issues that are going to stay and to continue because, like for example, what you are doing here, it's great now, but in the art field, I think it's not a very good way to work with materials that apply to touching and to apply to sensorial issues, and it's I don't know what do you think about this about textiles and the difference and the between sensorial, that it's impossible by the, the computer or by the technologic way. I don't know what you think about.
Yeah, I think that the pandemic was really challenging for many, many people, and for instance, for the students who really demand working in workshops, like because like they couldn't access it. So yeah, and at the same time, it made us really creative, like working together nonetheless, using lots of really useful digital tools. And I think that a hybrid version, as we are doing now, is the future. Like we are meeting here, and at the same time, it's possible for quite many people to also join us here and discuss. And just the fact that people can do courses from their hometowns or like from different places and don't have to be in the same place. I think there are like good and bad things, of course. And I think it's a great opportunity to have these hybrid formats, and it's very necessary to really think about like what format is the right for the specific workshop or event.
Rita or Dominica, do you also want to add some thoughts?
Maybe I start right away. So I believe that we have learned a lot with this period, and we can use better now the digital tools. We can make connections. Isabel at Porto, here at Covilhã, Dominica in Poland. So I think and Svenja in Sweden and in Denmark. So we are showing that how we can easily establish connections just based on what we have presented. Of course, we have to know how to use these digital tools. But I still believe that textile culture needs an immersion into the material, putting the hands on, and the same thing in terms of the culture. So, of course, we have the textiles on a database that is available online, but it's a completely different thing to come, to walk around along the streets of the city, to have these surprises of findings, names of streets, names of people that are connected with the textiles, some details that are really inspiring. So I believe that in an immersion in the material, an immersion in the local, an immersion into the textile culture is really the first step for a process that can be very innovative, very creative, but that will not happen if we don't make this inspirational immersion. So I think in the future we will maintain both digital, but we need to feel the material itself in the material culture around it.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for all your presentations. I'm just going to give my opinion in the position of a student, my experience, and I have to say that the hybrid way is the best way, because we don't learn, or at least my experience, we don't learn alone at home. We don't feel the work that we are doing and the work of our colleague, because we learn a lot, not only from the teacher, but also from our colleagues, the work they are doing. And at home, in the computer, we don't see that, we don't feel that. So I believe that maybe technical class can be a good way to use the technology, but the practical stuff, when we put in practice the stuff that we learn, we have to do presently with our colleagues. That was what I feel during the pandemic time, that we were, okay, the teachers ask us to put our imagination in work with all the things that we have at home. Okay, that was a good work, but I believe that we, at least me, I and my friends, during our talks, we didn't grow artistically or technically, because that's what we are doing at school. So I believe that a hybrid way, it's a good way, and I think that it should be improved, because it has a lot of work to do. It has a great future, and it can be enriched with different platforms that can be available for the students, but doesn't take the importance of the present, the feeling, the smelling, I don't know, everything that we do with our hands and our sense, and that cannot be taken, at least on fine art. In design, maybe, I don't know, I don't have that experience, but it's very, maybe they have more technical work, yes. But in fine arts, my experience says that no, and in textiles, definitely no. Sorry, it's my experience as a student.
Thank you. So perhaps we can have one question.
Okay.
Can I say something?
I'm a teacher, textile teacher at secondary school, art school in Lisbon. And during the pandemic, we really had, we asked ourselves how we could survive, you know, in this teaching of textiles. And I agree about everything that has been said. To touch the materials is very important, to smell them also. But to work together and to see what the other person is doing, it's also very important. The teacher is doing, the colleagues are doing. But one thing is, I notice is during the normal classes, the students have access to a lot of materials, and at home they had to develop their imagination and their autonomy. And that was a challenge, a very good challenge for them. I remember one student, or several students, telling me, we don't have yarns, we don't have fibers here, we don't have looms. And we have done looms with cardboard. We have done fibers with everything that was in the house, in the little circle of their quotidian, you know. And I remember one of my colleagues, he was peeling an orange, and he was making a little textile with the peeling of the orange, and he says to the pupils, well, if you want to have something, you really to weave, you have it, you can find it, whatever it is. And of course, it's not, we didn't have the possibility to make some much technical exercises or things like that, but I think it's important that people understand that they can do art with lots of things.
With everything.
And it's to reutilize the materials. It's an act of intelligence. To give them another purpose. It's an act of intelligence. So it's what I wanted to share about this moment of the pandemic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We still have time for one more question. Perhaps considering these topics, educational futures, and what we have been discussing, I can just leave some open question if you want to share. How do you imagine, or if you have main innovations that you want to develop or implement in the next 5 or 10 years in your teaching and learning practices, looking to the future?
We need a crystal ball here, maybe to. Do you want to start?
Their main concepts or main themes or main methods that you are interested in and you know that you want to pursue?
Yes, I think that the questions of environment and the questions of ecology and we are passing through this kind of fear about what happened, what could happen to our lives in our in this planet. Maybe could be a big issue to work out, especially with textiles that are a multidisciplinary fields and can touch with so many themes, just biology, botanic, chemical issues, and I think it's this kind of interaction and combining this all skills from the other fields, and not to be just focused on an idea without alone, just without other. I think it's the multicultural, multidisciplinarity. It's the future of arts. In my case.
Thank you. Does someone want to share your thoughts?
Should I
go for it?
answer?
Yes. Yes, you can talk, Rita.
So as my focus was more on industrial design, industrial textile design, I would say that I dream with weaving with intention clearly. So intention to reduce material waste, intention to involve users on the creative process. And I believe that for that, digital tools will help a lot to revisit the traditional technological processes, giving new ways to understand textiles, create them, produce them, and involve more people on that process. So I think that may, in the future, I think we'll, or I will try to to guide my students in order to go in that direction. I don't know if I was clear. Sorry.
I think so. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a little tired of living alone on the countryside, so so I would like to move to a community or to found one. Let's see, and yeah, to gather more people around exploring ways of being with and living with, and to make it like a lived experience, and to learn from and with one another. Yeah, so to really bring like working and everyday life, yeah, together, that they are not separable really anymore.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you. Dominika, do you also want to share some thoughts?
Yes, sure. So about the digital possibilities and tools, I think that since they are smart, we also have to be smart using them, and only when it makes sense, because in textiles this experience and being with the textile, feeling it, touching it, and seeing how it is created and what are the consequences of even small changes is so very important that you cannot omit this. And it is also the matter of the consequences of being locked down, that we are under stimuli. So, and we need those stimuli also as a users, and just to be healthy. We need this. We need to stimulate our touch, not just with the screen, which is quite cold. We need this warm medium. So this is important. And about the future, I think that yeah, this collaboration is really important. I really do appreciate young people's perspective, and especially if they come to me from another discipline. So especially on this master degree, after some bachelor's degree in a bit different discipline, or sometimes, let's say, music. This is the example I've showed you, the Dominika Gacka, who created those touches collection. She's a musician, well educated, and wonderful pianist, and she piano player. So she has this understanding, different understanding of composition, and I feel that yeah, it was said many times before in philosophical schools in Lviv, let's say. Or also Viktor Papanek suggested that multidisciplinary team can create better results. So because sometimes the discipline cannot feel itself to the infinity. I don't know. It's hard for me to be clear in formulating my thought in English, but it's about putting different experience in creating textiles, and with this different perspective, you have a fresh view. Sometimes not knowing the limitations, you are open to try, simply try, not to judge yourself, to criticize that no, it's not possible, don't do it. But you just try, and sometimes or quite often the results are unexpected and can be the beginning of optimizing some new solutions. So yeah, to sum up, I think the multidisciplinarity is, or multidisciplinary research and working with other disciplines is a key nowadays, especially for the communication that can be much easier and because of the possibility of being supported by digital tools. I hope I managed to
Yes, very well. Thank you.
tell what I wanted.
So I think we will now finish this session. Thank you very much to all of our speakers and of course our public. And we continue at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, tá, pois está. Espera que este teclado não é como o meu. Uma pessoa tem que estar mais alto.
Hello.
Ok, assim.
Ok, vamos
Olha,
abrir.
abre, vê se
Can we?
The big challenge is to deal with the plastic.
Overproduction. Hi, Anne.
Hi. Hi.
Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me fine?
Perfect. Great sound.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Everyone's waving a huge hi to you. So can you let me 5 minutes to do the presentations and then you pop in?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So
Yes.
welcome everyone for the session of the afternoon for Textile Talk Future Educations. My name is Natasha. I'll be the moderator of this session. It's promoted and organized by Contextile 2020 for the 10-year celebration. Just want to share that with these talks, we intend to be informal and fulfilling. So please be free to present yourselves when you place questions during the time for the roundtable and also after Anne's Wilson presentation. We want to understand and to share the pedagogical and methodological strategies and specificities of teaching textile. We hope we have a good afternoon. For the first speaker, our invited speaker is Anne Wilson. Anne is with us from the United States, from Chicago. She's a visual artist who creates sculptures, drawings, performance, video animations that explores the themes of time, loss, private and social rituals. Her artwork embraces conceptual strategies and handwork using everyday life materials, such as linen, bed sheets, human hair, lace, threads, glass, wire. She's a very beautiful work. Any information extra you can find on the website of Contextile in the page for Educational Futures. There are lots of information on the speakers. The person you want to hear is Anne Wilson, so Anne, the floor is yours. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha, and thanks to the organizers of Contextile 2022. Warm greetings to everyone. I'm so honored to be part of this program about educational futures. Today, I'm going to speak about my roles as an artist and educator in pedagogical thinking, both in and outside of institutional settings. I'm going to pause for a moment to be able to share my screen to bring up the images for my talk. So forgive me for a moment.
And it's perfect. We're seeing all the slides.
And you can hear me all right?
Perfect.
Excellent. In 1979, following my graduate studies at California College of the Arts in the San Francisco Bay Area, I accepted a teaching position at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Alongside my practice, building the Fiber and Material Studies Department with my colleagues and students at the Art Institute School has given my life profound meaning. Fiber and Material Studies is a conceptually driven and research-based department within the school, valuing global textile histories and robust skill-based learning. We have studios for sculptural practices, paper making, spinning, knit, knot, net, and other hand constructions, and a commitment to a broad spectrum introductory textile curriculum for entering students. We have studios with large print tables and dye facilities, 3 jacquard looms like this one, within a sea of hand looms, computer-assisted embroidery machines, and hand-stitch labs, all facilities in service of the development of creative voices within a contemporary art dialogue of critical thinking. I believe that's one important concept that our department is known for, that skill-based learning resides alongside history and theory. This image shows one overview of some of the classes in the undergraduate curriculum. And the impact of education is seen in the accomplishments of one's students who move out into the world as artists and leaders of other programs with a deep commitment to textile education, invention, and critical thinking. I'll show here just 4 MFA alums from Fiber and Material Studies, beginning with Frau Fiber of the Collective Sewing Rebellions, AKA Carol Frances Lung, a professor at Cal State LA, political and activist in their commitment to reuse. Mark Newport is an artist in residence and head of the graduate fiber program at Cranbrook Academy of Art. Here, his knitted life-size superheroes. As Mark says, quote, "They forge a link between childhood experience and my adult exploration of protection, masculinity, and heroism," unquote. Josh Fott is professor in textiles at California College of the Arts. Fott's practice combines textiles, pop culture, detritus, and archival materials to address the relationships between language, community, and constructions of identity from a queer perspective. And Ai Kojima is a New York artist who maintains a full-time studio practice since graduation from our school. She utilizes Eastern and Western visual systems while maintaining strong ties to her home country of Japan. Repurposed found materials of pop iconography are sewn and quilted in a robust collage aesthetic. Next, I'd like to share some moments within my own practice as an artist whose interest in found objects, in collecting, in collaboration and community have deeply affected my vision as an educator. And then I'll introduce 2 specific projects: the Textile Resource Center at the Art Institute School and the Davis Street Drawing Room in my home and studio location. For over 30 years, I've stitched open, found holes and worn areas in domestic table linens, initially when my mother was divesting the family household of old linens. These larger hair and thread stitch holes are ambiguous material images. This one perhaps references a reverse eclipse. Textiles have tremendous capacity to keep opening up at close range and sustain viewer engagement from both near and far, both a micro and a macro perspective, an idea that has been critical in both my artwork and teaching. This stitch project is called Dispersions. My maternal grandmother was a seamstress out of need in an early part of her life, and she would tear and hem napkins from large, worn damask tablecloths. Related to that tradition, I also tear from large cloths, but I tear out the part with wear and holes, so imperfection is a starting point. In both my art and teaching, I've always believed in the capacity of textiles to embrace histories of utility, cultural and familial identification, sophisticated aesthetics, and conceptual positions, sometimes all simultaneously. A much earlier piece from 1998, titled A Chronicle of Days, is a physical record of daily labor. I began stitching single marks or spots into linen fragments. The only limitation was that one spot could take no longer than 1 day to stitch. 100 drawings make up a 20-foot wide completed work. Here are 2 of the drawings, or 2 days of labor, joining histories of contemporary mark making with histories of needlework. A chronicle of days now resides in the collection at the 21st Century Museum of Contemporary Art in Kanazawa, Japan. Pictured here is a work called Found, a material drawing of red hair stitched into a family heirloom textile. A transformation occurs as the floral damask becomes a skin-like surface. The red hair consumes the cloth and extends meaning. This work now resides in the collection of the Art Institute of Chicago. My 2017 solo exhibition presented horizontal material drawings where hair is bound to the edges of found table linen and bed sheets, bringing the body into the cultural substrate of cloth. At that place where the hand most often touches a textile, to pull it up over oneself at night, to fold it after washing. These material drawings that I've been showing are a small selection of hundreds of such works, spanning a time period of over 30 years of working this way alongside making larger scale installations and public performances. This installation, called Topologies, was initially presented in the 2002 Whitney Biennial and remade at 5 other venues, including the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Topologies is composed of hundreds of found black lace parts which are held to a surface with insect pins. And the found lace generates handmade responses that also accumulate in making this vast surface. The book called 1,000 Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari, this anti-hierarchical rhizome theory, this was an important reference for me in this way of constructing work with high value placed on process and improvisation. Walking the Warp is a thread walking performance that I've staged at different venues over many years. Here in 2010 at the Contemporary Arts Museum, Houston, I partnered with the Houston-based professional dance ensemble called Hope Stone. One of the most fascinating parts of the movement was what the dancers looked like when they stretched every hour during the durational performances, combining gyrokinesis, Pilates, and yoga movements, all in unison. We're also aware of the complicated issues surrounding textile production today, the human rights of workers, living wages, the freedom to voice grievances, subjects always integrated into my teaching pedagogy. In all my performance works, we're working from the inside of a process and through our own direct physical participation to think about time, to think about labor, to think about art and cultural production. Another thread walking performance was commissioned by the Drawing Center in New York City. Starting on September 1st, 2014, I work with performers to teach the basic movement choreography. We're walking a large span, 34 feet between the 4 central columns that bisect the Drawing Center main space. It all structurally holds due to the thread twist and the amount of tension held by the walkers over 17 durational public performances. Concurrently with the movement performances, I was working over 2 years on an exhibition for the Knoxville Museum of Art in Eastern Tennessee. This museum is located in an historic heartland of industrially woven textiles and also locations in the Southeast United States that represent missions of economic self-empowerment through hand weaving. One of the major projects in my exhibition was the creation of a museum factory, a live collaborative performance, and a true production space called local industry. The fiber was all donated surplus from mills, many challenged with closure, and weaving was accomplished by 79 experienced weavers, including myself, using the one loom in the museum factory. But bobbin winding was open to all ages and skill levels. There's something about the focus it takes and the accomplishment of this skill of winding a bobbin that is quite satisfying. And these guys may look skeptical, but they did indeed also get into it. Here, weavers Tommy Scanlon and Jerry Faulkner worked to finish the local industry cloth. When the cloth was removed from the loom, all 75 feet, it looked like a relay of personal bests of these experienced weavers. The completed bolt is now part of the Knoxville Museum's permanent collection, and when shown, it will always be accompanied by an archive of everyone who participated in its production, all 2,100 names. This local industry project truly engaged me as both an artist and educator, and I'd like to turn now to some reflections about my personal teaching at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, specifically the Textile Resource Center. Here you're seeing a photo of the Textile Resource Center, a space in the Fiber and Materials department that I co-founded with my colleague Joan Livingstone, originating from our personal world textile teaching collections. And I acknowledge my many trips to London and the inspiration from seeing the textile study collection at Goldsmiths College. Our collection includes textiles from many parts of the world, spanning diverse textile techniques, along with a library of books. In the foreground are boxes of fragments from textiles from West Africa. There are drawers with rolls of sakiori obis from my travels to Japan, rolled saris from Joan's study trips to India, jacquard picture cloth from a textile delegation to China. And I developed a new seminar class in the TRC called Micro Macro Textiles Artist Research, very much extending from my own studio research process. Here, a student is presenting a project based on her study of Amish quilt blocks. And this is an image showing an exercise from the first day of this seminar. Each student was given a magnifying loupe, pencils and paper, and asked to closely study small cloth fragments and draw from the inner structure. A plain weave, a twill or a damask, or a torn edge or a hole, to begin to consider the structural variance and complexity of cloth from the inside out. As the class progressed, larger frames were introduced involving cultural and social issues and social contexts for textiles, ceremonial, political, economic, labor histories, as well as debates and discussions about acknowledging author or maker names, provenance, and cultural appropriation. And finally, I'll conclude with this project of the Davis Street Drawing Room. This experimental art project transforms my largest personal studio into a site for slow, close observation. Textile parts, sources from years of my art making. There are the linens in the background, the lace in the foreground, that are displayed as an archive over multiple horizontal surfaces and walls in my studio, now called the Drawing Room in Evanston, Illinois. The building I live in has always accommodated both living and studio spaces. Originally built in 1887 as a Victorian-style double house, I speculate that the space of the studio turned drawing room, or a room to draw in, may have actually served as a room to withdraw to for its turn-of-the-century inhabitants. Most of the found textiles I've used as critical sources from my work, many coming to me through my family, are of the very same time period of the architecture of this building. Davis Street is like living in and with multiple histories at once. The organization of rolled house linens, shown here, lace fragments, worn cloth, and glass bobbins, is based on textile properties. Stacks and layers, piles, balls, rolls, and cones. Here's a folded stack of 58 large linen and cotton bed sheets and tablecloths. To activate some of the materials, a center open space accommodates 2 people opening and folding large cloth. Most frequently done as part of the laundry process, often with a family member or a roommate. I've always asserted, as in my thread walking performances, that textile processes embrace amazing sequenced actions that build into visual and content-filled choreographies. Beginning this very fall, September 3rd, we've been hosting small group drawing sessions, inviting artists, writers, and historians to experience the assembled parts. Here I'm talking with Casey Carcel and Uno Udo. Hands-on lace cuts and white cloth scraps are available to take to explore on tables set up with thread counters, digital microscopes, magnifiers, drawing tools, and prompts for close looking, which include blind contour drawing or descriptive writing with a focus on edges, wear, textural variance, density, open work, image, and cultural context. The way in which the focus of slow, close observation opens to complexity, critical thinking, and invention is the primary thesis. Textiles are a particularly rich subject for slow, close looking. The more you look, the more you see. When magnified, a continuous cloth surface opens to thread lines with physical characteristics of texture and spin direction and structural interlacements, the threads moving up and down, over and across. In the foreground of this photo, you can see what I'm calling an excavation table. Whole folded napkins and men's handkerchiefs on the top layer, open to a layer like this showing rips, cuts, holes, evidence of use and reuse with mends and darns and patches, a portrait of a time. And some of the holes are left completely open. Here, Hariz looking through a magnifying loupe. through consideration of the formal and critical complexities of textile fragments, participants are invited to create a visual or text-based study to share as part of a growing participant collection within the archive. Here, Sofia Fernandez-Diaz, drawing room project manager and 2022 grad alum of my Fiber and Material Studies department, works with me to photograph and catalog participant contributions to the archive. Like Una Udo's geometric drawing from a floral lace, and CJ Matia's amazing pencil drawing. As you magnify their small drawing, it opens to more and more detail, not unlike the actual material, textile. In the lineage of art practices that foreground the relationship between artist and audience, these participant studies shape the collective meaning-making at the core of this project. The Davis Street Drawing Room is about invention and critical thinking, about slow looking and complexity, and about textile histories, the everyday and contemporary art. And this project perhaps exemplifies, more than any project I've ever undertaken, a true conflation of my art practice and teaching pedagogy. Thank you so much. I welcome your thoughts, your reflections, conversation ahead. And I think maybe this is the moment to stop sharing my screen and return.
I'm here, Anne.
Are you here?
I'm here. You're amazing. Thank you. Huge applause. Did you listen? People were applauding you. Did you catch it?
I'm not sure, but thank you.
Yeah,
what I'm seeing is
they're really welcoming your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha. I can see you now at a podium.
Great. Oh, you can see me there?
Hi.
Hi. So it's a huge people here, lots of people with lots of questions, hopefully. So I'll open I'll share with you the opportunity to talk with Anne. If you want to, you please present yourself so we could do a networking with people and threads. So if anyone wants to throw in a question, please, you're very, very welcome. Yes, please break the ice. Janice. Okay, Anne. We need a mic. Do you want to come here to say hello to Anne? You don't need to come to ask, but...
Natasha, about how many people are participating today?
I don't know, in the room, how many, like, what do you say? 50? 100? I don't know.
Yeah. Janice, hi Janice.
Here. Oh. I'm sorry, Anne, I've had to come to the podium, not by choice, but there's no microphone.
Hello.
To one of my oldest and dearest friends. Fantastic. But I do have a question, because I have to break the ice, and then lots of people will ask you questions, okay? Can you hear me, Anne?
Sounds good.
Okay, good.
I can hear you, Janice.
Okay, good. Okay, so I think what I wanted to ask you was about the research center, the Textile Research Center, because when we set them up and they were drawn from things we'd collected or friends collected or whatever, perhaps we weren't always as clear as we might be about that question of cultural production and appropriation as we might have been. And I was interested, because you do that work with the students who come in and they may have their own stories to tell, do you ever change the labels or the textual information according to what they may have contributed?
Yes, very good question. and absolutely is the answer to that. First of all, there's always 2 graduate research assistants that are hosting groups that come in classes. And there's the other classes that work and study the textiles. Usually they're asked to do an object research study. And it's very much part of the pedagogy of the Textile Resource Center that those contributions that extend meaning, many of are from, we have a very international population of students at the school who identify and recognize things that were sometimes improperly labeled, or sometimes have extended meanings that they share through research papers. And we work hard to upload that to internal databases to make available those extended voices, so there is not one authoritative voice. And it's also true that a lot of the textiles that were collected, certainly by myself, do not have extensive cataloging or research done them at all. So the students bring, and faculty too, the students bring deep, extended research and meaning to the objects Janice, are you there?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
sitting.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think it's maybe unlike a different kind of archive in a museum. It is a living, breathing, growing, changing entity, this Textile Resource Center. And I imagine the one at Goldsmiths and some of the others that I've visited that are part of educational environments have a slightly different a mandate or process or procedure than some of the more formal, perhaps, public museum-based archives. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Anyone?
Oh, you're showing me a picture of the audience. I can see people. Hi, everyone.
Because they were too shy. I'm sending you images.
Yeah, it's nice to see people. What time is it there?
It's 3 o'clock, I think.
3 o'clock. It's in the morning here. It's 9 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, it's after lunch. We're sleepy, I think, drowsy.
So could I ask a question?
Yes, please. Not to me.
I'm curious, the participants of our event today are, where is everyone from? Is it primarily Portugal, or people coming, is it international?
It's primarily Portugal, I think. There are some people that flew in because of the conference, but mainly I think it's Portuguese. The huge crowd on the back. There are some foreigners. Well, not aliens, I hope. Brazil, more. Spain, Sweden, Shanghai. Well, what? Hello. Ghana. I'm from Angola.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we all came from Africa eventually, once upon a time ago. So I think we're all fine. I have a question for you also.
Yeah. Yes.
Your work deals a lot with time. This thing, it's especially evident for me in textile, the way it's time-consuming, and this labor. It's very. It's something we lose when we go to a shop and we buy a clothes. This idea of labor and time and dedicating yourself to something, it's something you really explore. Can you develop a little more about this? Because we're in a very fast world where everything needs to be for yesterday. And this is like your receding to advance. I don't know if my question was anything near clear.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about time and process. It's my strong feeling that handwork and digital work reside very well together in a complementary relationship, meaning one often supplies what the other doesn't. And in, I think, many educational environments now, there's excitement about new technologies, and yet what I've experienced in my own school, and this would be an interesting conversation for others who are teachers and students, educators in or out of an institution, is that there was a projection many years ago, maybe 15, 20, 15, that new technologies would become the wave of the future, and the coolest, most progressive artworks and research would be done in that direction using digital technologies, and that handwork and hand looms and knitting and knotting and netting by hand would become redundant or obsolete or Luddite or sort of just not in the foreground. However, the exact opposite has surfaced in my school, where students themselves who have grown up with technology and perhaps becoming a bit weary of everything having a screen interface, have a renewed engagement for handwork. For many years now, students often would sit outside the school on the sidewalk and knit or net or do handwork. And I also think there's a renewed engagement with thinking about related to political issues, about where things come from, who makes them, sustainability of textile process, the effect of processing on the environment, many concerns. There's a renewed engagement, however, on the part of students in natural dyeing, in working from plant materials to find color. And I feel like I'm familiar with that from another cycle of a generation quite a while ago, but this is the 20-year-old students who are coming into the school. Our spinning classes couldn't be more filled. Our hand spinning, drop spindle and spinning on various hand machines. Our natural dye classes couldn't be more filled. Hand paper making couldn't be more filled, alongside our jacquard weaving, where students come in from art and technology studies and architecture and many different fields into those jacquard weaving classes. They can jump on those looms and use their knowledge of code and programming and kind of move right into that without having the experience of hand loom. And some people feel strongly that starting with the hand loom is important to precede the jacquard. But I think all avenues of entering between the hand and the digital have a play. They're playing. So that's maybe some thoughtfulness, Natasha, around your question of time as it relates to technology of textiles and how things are made between hand and machine. Both directions are robustly part of this current moment in my experience. And of course, I wish there were others here to share what their experiences are in their countries, and maybe that will come later. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Yes. Anyone wants to ask? I'll pay. Olha aí, microfone para a Susana.
And it was really amazing, your presentation. I really like. I'm from the organization of Contextile, but also I'm architect and a teacher of architecture, and so I was really interested about your connection with textile and drawing, and the research that you do with your students, and so the slow way to observe is also related with the process of drawing. And I also agree with you. I think when Pallasman and other philosophers said that we have to thinking with the hand, I think the digital and the handmade things, and the drawing is one of the resource that we have, is one way also of thinking and have a critical perspective of things. So when you do that with the students, they produce their own way of observe and see the fabric. So they produce their own perspective. So you have the individual and in one way their artist view of the piece. Is that what you intend in the project?
Yes, yes, absolutely. That there is a lot of variance of inquiry and variance of outcome. And sometimes I value as much the study, the result of that observation without formulating it into a formal critique of that, right? That it is a result of this process of study. And I think that kind of learning can impact whether one continues to draw or think that way exactly. It has a continuing impact on art making, whatever media. I think it has an impact on approach. That's slowing down to think slowly and carefully. Something else about that I just wanted to mention, that I worked this summer with a recent grad alum of the writing department at my school in Chicago, Lily Burkhalter, and she helped me sort of just physically set up the drawing room. And then she moved to France in August, and Sophia joined me as project manager. But because she was a writer, I learned a lot from her in terms of connections between this close looking, like blind contour drawing. You're looking through a microscope at something you haven't seen before. And if you're right-handed might be next to that microscope, and you're slowly drawing, you're looking through the microscope, but you're slowly drawing what you see on the right side. And you try to, there's many ways of doing this, but maybe not take your pen or pencil off the page. She aligned some of these art exercises in drawing and looking to exercises and thoughts about what writers do. And she introduced descriptive writing, and a writing that's about really, really being inside the looking, the language, using language to describe, very related to the drawing, but you're using language to describe really, really, really slowly. What words do you use as you're describing what you're seeing, as your eyes are moving around? In any case, that opens to a whole other set of exercises. And this project, interestingly, partially because of Lily setting this off, has involved a number of poets that are faculty and grad students at Columbia College and our school that are joining us in the drawing room. And also, as we all know, many of us do many things. We're not exclusively perhaps a visual artist, we're maybe a writer, an artist, or a poet and a weaver. And sometimes those who come into the drawing room, say primarily known for their work in physical textile, start to write and find that their contribution or their thinking is a written piece. So it's a little off track to your question, but I just wanted to express that these wonderful connections between visual manifestation and text-based manifestations of slow looking. A book that's been very, very helpful to me and to others thinking this way is a book by Shari Tishman. It's called Slow Looking, and it was published a couple of years ago. And Shari Tishman is a researcher and educator through an institute at Harvard. And she has lots of theories about the values of slow looking and lots of prompts and structures that could be employed by an individual or groups.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. We have another question. Do you want to come here? No? You sure? Because it's just to say hi to Anne, because I cannot see you guys.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim, so I'm an artist from Ghana. It's more like, it's not a question specifically, but maybe it could be a question of ways in which institutions can further collaborate in the future. Because I was looking at the images of your work and also looking at the different textile materials that you've collected from different parts of the world, and particularly the ones that have these holes, like similarly to your work that you make, the idea of the glitch within the fabric, which the textile, which is very important, particularly looking at it formally and also from an aesthetical point of view, based on like the history, politics, and everything. So I've been building this collection for the last 8 years, and going around different ethnic backgrounds within like West Africa, collecting fabrics and other things. So the question is, how do, and that was why I was excited about Contextile, the whole idea of it, because for me it was very important as an artist to somehow be part of a community that is very much interested in like this subjects very seriously. So how do we share these kinds of materials? For instance, is it possible that artists who are working or collecting things, because for me, when I collect a lot of these things, I'm just collecting them because I want to keep them. I'm collecting them because some other people should be able to also access it. So is it possible that through different institutions we can be able to share materials? For instance, if we have things in West Africa, is it possible to send it to your school for you to use as teaching materials? Are there things there, or even like voices, because yourself, you have a lot of years of experience. Is it possible that you go to Africa to share some of the ideas that you have with like textile department and things like so? It's just the idea of like future collaborations and sharing based on the kind of investments that we have within our field.
Oh my, what a wonderful, it's wonderful to hear you speak. Just wonderful. Thank you. First of all, I would be so happy if you would be in touch with me personally and tell me more about your own collecting and just more about your thinking and your collecting. Could we be in touch?
Perfect. Wonderful. You guys made my day.
I think traveling is one of the best ways of gaining an education. Certainly has been for me. And the opportunity to share through study trips, through any kind of trip, tourist trip even, but connect with colleagues and students in different countries is unbelievably valuable. And this is how it starts, I think. I think it starts often one-to-one. You shared with me your interest in building a collection and acknowledging some of the things that I've been interested in collecting too, at least in my own work with the glitch within fabric. I like that term, how you kind of, the rip and the holes, the glitch within the fabric. But I'm really interested in what kinds of things you've been seeing and what you're collecting and how you present it and what methodologies you might use with students or with visitors to look at things with you, how that is shared. And so I think this very moment in this conversation between us is an opportunity to talk more about what the possibilities might be of traveling to our respective countries or sharing things between and across through other means if physically moving ourselves isn't possible. And I just want to say that I very much welcome that opportunity and I hope to be in touch. I hope you'll be in touch or someone will tell me how to be in touch with you. Thank you.
No, certainly. Yeah, I might come to Chicago next year. So maybe that's an opportunity. But certainly, I think through the biennial, we can be in touch.
I'll share your emails if you allow me.
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
Wonderful. I hope to meet you.
Yeah.
Great. Another thread. Anyone else? I have time.
You know, I think also in this this moment could be just a time for reflections from other people. It doesn't have to be a question of me. Yeah. So I just welcome that as well. I'd love to hear any of you talk about anything that perhaps my presentation might have triggered in terms of your own interests or your own collecting or your own use of source materials for your work.
Well, can I throw another question? Well, in textile, everyone talks about hand making. What about feet making? As a society, we started wearing shoes, but people do things with their feet. Not anymore as in Europe, but it's weaving, or I don't know all the proper words, and tecer, notear, bordar, crochet, tricot, all these Portuguese words are easier for me, but lots of things are also been lost because our connection with fabrics and textile has been very focused on the hands or the eyes. But what about the rest of the body? We wear things, right?
You know, I've been doing some study of Andean weaving, both historical and contemporary, and I'm so often so interested in the way the foot or the toes hold the tension. So the body tension backstrap loom goes around the back, and then the warp in front. But particularly for some of the small band weaving, or perhaps for other kinds of weaving, the tension is between the foot and the back of one's body. And those images of some of those traditions of using both foot and back that way are super fascinating. And then I think also when you mention feet, I think of, although maybe not used so much anymore, but I could be wrong, that the treadle that makes a spinning wheel go around, or a sewing machine go, treadle machines still very much involve the whole body and very much involve feet. I'm curious what comes to your mind, Natasha, when you pose that consideration of the feet.
Because what I know with threads, I learned with my grandmother. So I used to be a kid. I was always, footless, not footless, without shoes. I don't know the proper word. Bare feet. So I used to entangle the lines on my feet. But I know that we lost the connection with ourselves, with the world, when we start wearing shoes. I like walking. And this idea of us wearing things a lot, the way you choose a fabric, the way when you go to a store, you buy something, you choose a fabric because you feel it. And we are a full body, so feet and tummies and hairs and all these things you use. And also this other idea, when I learned something, I learned with my mother or my grandmother or my father, whatever. So in textile, I usually remember things because I did it with someone else, always collaborating. So the touching is a huge part, but I usually think more about the embraces and the body feelings, less with the hands. I'm struggling with the English, sorry.
Yeah. I think you're communicating very powerfully.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to communicate? We're on time, but we can wrap it up.
Okay.
Well, does anyone want to throw in the last question? Isabel, do you want to throw in that special question you placed before on the round table? Isabel Cabral asked a beautiful question. Can you reframe it for Anne about the future? Okay, you need a mic. Sorry. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you. And thank you for your lovely presentation. Contextualizing this event within the topic educational futures, what I wonder with all of our practices is in the next 5-10 years, what are the main changes that you would think you like to develop, or innovations that you are aiming to implement in your learning and lecturing practice?
As an educator?
Or as a researcher?
Mm-hmm. First of all, that's a very, very huge question, and I'm sure I'll have many more thoughts on it as the question lingers in my mind and I think about it over time. First of all, though, I'd say I won't predict the future. I don't want to predict the future. I don't know what's going to happen. I go back to the anecdote I told about students and myself projecting where things would be with the digital, and it didn't bear out to be true whatsoever. Our department has shifted in quite a different direction than that projection. And I think when schools project what the future will be, and like when conceptual art came into play and sculpture departments at many American schools thought, oh, everything is going to be more conceptually generated and we don't need all this material, and they got rid of studios. And what a mistake, because the material came roaring back. There's a renewed engagement in materiality, not only making with the hand or digital production, but with material stuff. There is a renewed engagement. Absolutely. I think the biennials play that out when we look at global international biennials and the kind of work that we're seeing. So that's one thing. I would hope that our concerns around the urgencies of climate, the urgencies around the environment, the urgencies around war and trauma, the urgencies around social injustices, that some of those kinds of huge, large issues will continue to inform and play out in many different manifestations, different forms of artwork in the future. In other words, not a return to self-referential art. That's my hope, that the work will continually be informed by history, by theory, and by the urgencies of the times that we live in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you so much. I think everyone's saying thank you also.
Thank you so much, Natasha and Janice, and everyone is in the audience. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. So we'll have a 5-minute break to set up the next table, and we'll meet in 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. ontem
Uma
mandou-me
croma
isto.
não disse nada. Não, isso é só a biografia.
Ah, ok, pronto. Então
Ok.
já...
Eles mudaram aquela coisinha. Estás a ver, os designers, pá, têm a mania, pá.
A Jacinta, ficas a saber que eu sou cenas de gajas.
Sim, 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 sim. Sim, mas deixa só, vou já por isto operacional. Ok.
minutos.
Isto é para eu.
Queres ficar aí comigo? Amor, se passares 10 minutos, relaxa, está bem?
Não é stress, não é stress. Não, não, mas vai ser os 10 minutos, mais ou menos.
Áudio. O senhor do som, é? Olá, olá. Obrigada. So let's start. Thank you so much. For the next speakers, we'll have a group of 5, if I'm not doing my wrong maths. We'll receive Cristina Manhente from the Artistic School Soares dos Reis in Porto. Afterwards, we'll have Jacinta and Carlos Costa for the Polytechnic Institute of Bragança, which is in the north of Portugal. Then Lala de Dios. ¿Dónde está Lalita? Lala? She's been member several times for the jury for Contextile. She comes from Madrid. And afterwards, from our own faculty, Universidade do Minho, where I also work, I'm welcoming Mónica Faria. She's over there. She's from the School of Architecture, Art and Design. She teaches with Joana Cunha, the yellow girl, yes, in the visual art course, and she comes from the Department of Textile Engineering. So without further delay, welcome Cristina. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Olá a todos. Vou primeiro agradecer a presença também destes alunos. Thank you for the students here. And I'm going to start. Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Cristina Manhente, and I'm a teacher in a textile department in the Artistic School Soares dos Reis. I am a teacher there for 25 years, but I was also a student for 3 years. So this is my second house, and I'm there for 28 years. I'm in my second house with my second family. For me, it's important. This is the slogan we use in the school. In Soares dos Reis, we know how to create. The students learn to think. The students learn to do. In this school, we can find several places with very good equipment. We have photography, video, ceramics, jewelry, graphic, metal, scenography, custom design, etc., etc. Okay. Let's breathe, let's breathe. Okay, this is, in Portuguese was easier, okay? This is the school description. This is a school of visual and audiovisual art in Porto. We have 138 years, and we have 990 students. All the pieces you're going to see in this presentation were made from the students there. Okay, now, this is just for you to understand how is the textile installation. In this slide, you can see 2 of the 5 different spaces. We have dyeing, painting, weaving, cutting, confection, and painting. Okay. The textile area is inserted in the discipline of design and technologies. Each student developed several projects and concepts, and can make several objects. You can see in this image the project of the artistic object created by this student. We have lots of different techniques in the textile department. You can see some here. We have transfer, batik, tie-dye, manipulation, patchwork, macrame, slashing. Also, embroidery, printing, wet felting. You can see wonderful pieces from my wonderful students. We have weaving, tapestry, and crochet. One curiosity, this last piece of crochet was made with 500 flowers made from the students. And after that, she sewing all the pieces to make this form. Okay. In 2005, the textile department changed. We need to create different experience to the students. And so we're trying to start to introduce new technologies and new materials. We also introduce textile sculpture. You can see in this slide textile with LEDs, textile with metal, and textile with wood. These changes were very important because we needed to keeping up with modern times. And the students can explore more possibilities, and they can have a real notion of the potential of this textile. When I was a student in my school, yes, I was a student there for 3 years, my course, textile course, was the least chosen by the students. But after this change, now this area is the most chosen in the artistic production course. The students can explore the textile material and introduce others. In the second and third year, the students can introduce different materials into their textile objects. They are free to do whatever they want, and they are free to have different textile languages. The students can explore different approaches during their 3 years at school. They can choose if they want to work 2 or 3-dimensional, or both. They can use different technologies like video, sound, photography, LEDs, etc., etc. And other materials like plastic, wood, bones, acrylic, mirrors, etc. Now, in this slide, you can see 2 works from the students. All the works you may see was made by the students. And in this slide, you can see 2 examples of a bidimensional pieces. Now, in this one, you can see 2 sculptures. The first one, there, was made with hospital gauze. The students dyeing the gauze in several colors and use a crochet needle to make this shape. The second piece was made with pantyhose, and this object was made during the pandemic. I show it online how the students can make this piece, and the students work at home. In this phase, we made textile objects with small dimensions and with the materials available at home. We did eco-print, organic dyeing, embroidery with dental tape. We made tapestry with paper, fabric, plastic, air, whatever the students want to explore. Always try to propose different challenges to the students. And here you can see a different challenge. We made wearable sculptures for our opera. Dido and Ineas. Yeah. And the students can relate textile and the body, the traditional and the contemporary, make all the mixed, and we have two wonderful pieces in this slide. This was also very important. Now the students want to try different approach of textile, and here we can see organic matter. This piece is in Contextile this year, and it was nice to see how the organic matter can mix with textile material. Okay. Okay. We also propose several visits and participate in several exhibitions, like Contextile. Thank you, because we are in Contextile since the first edition. Thank you to always invited us to participate, me and my students. But we also have exhibition in other museums in Porto, like Casa Tate, Fundação José Rodrigues, Casa Museu Guerra Junqueiro, and several museums. This year, in this slide, we can see that we're trying to participate in national and international projects, like Erasmus. My students this year, we're going to two projects, one in Czech Republic and one in Latvia. We work also at Twinning. We work with Contextile, of course. But we promote partnerships with several institutions. We make lots of workshops, we're visiting museums. We invited some artists to go to the school and talk to the students. And in the school anniversary in January, the classes stops during 1 week. And in this week, we propose different activities with the students. We organize conferences with artists, we organize workshops, concert music, workshops dancing, whatever the students want to try. This is some objects in Contextile. Joaquin is there. This is in Casa Tate. This is the students of this year. They participate in this exhibition. They're always happy like this, in the class also, okay? This is not for the photo. They're very happy because the ambience in textile department is very relaxed, like me. Thank you for your attention. Obrigada a todos. I'm the course director, Cristina Manhente. I have the email if you want to contact me. I always love to share experience. Follow us in Instagram, why not, to know what the school is doing. And now I'm going to put a small video with sound, okay? I hope so.
Hello, my name is Carlos. I'm a student here in Reis. And I think in textile area here in my school, we have a big liberty to develop our own language, to make and produce artworks in many areas. In textile area specifically, we have very ways to work, both three-dimensional and bi-dimensional ways. So wearable sculptures, textile sculptures, fiber art, tapestry, and every in between. And I think that's very important to develop our own language with the liberty of this school?
I bring these students because I think it was important to be here also. What the students think about the textile department. I have 2 students there, a big kiss for them. They were my students a few years ago, that's right. And thank you for everything. Thank you for your attention.
So the students will place questions afterwards. Yes?
No.
Yes. So Jacinta and Carlos, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
So, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Jacinta.
And I'm Carlos.
It's not open.
That's open? Yeah? No? Yeah? Yeah? Yes, it is now. All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yes, now it's working. So, good afternoon for everyone. My name is Jacinta.
I'm CCC, just that, all right. Carlos Casimiro Costa is more synthetic and more beautiful also, so thank you.
So, we are from EPB, yes, from Bragança. We come from a place that is very far for everyone and Portugal. And we are also product designers, and we are teachers. So today we choose, I think, different approach to present the work of our students. So in the first place, I'm going to tell, because I cannot conceive a professor, I am a Jacinta professor, but I'm also a person. I have a life, I love to create, I love to be a mother. So to me, to explain what I do in classroom, I must explain what I am like a person. So forget me for that. So I'm going to start to show you how I meet Carlos. So I meet Carlos working stone. We are teaching stone technology. That's me in the picture, okay, working in stone. So I was for 20 years professor of stone, and I meet Carlos there. So we
also teaching stone.
Yes, but I teach very...
Not stoned, okay, but stone, marble
stone.
and granite,
yes.
Okay.
So we are in the same school. And
fighting each other.
Yes, always fighting each other because we love to work in stone. So I was saying to everyone that my students were the best ones, and Charles was saying the same. And for more or less 7 years, we just looked to the work that the other was doing.
And trying to do better, of course.
Of course. And then we fall in love. We fall in love. And it was...
natural steps, you know.
Of course. And then more or less 1 month, Charles asked me to marry him. Yeah. And we also live in Porto. Porto was our city.
Until 30, more or less 30 years.
Yeah.
And then keep going. Go.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. But love story is very short.
Okay.
Sorry. So that was a picture from our wedding, yes. When we married, one friend of us asked me if I'm doing well professional, and said, we have in here in Bragança City one opportunity for you to come here and to be teaching in here. So in the next other month, we go to Bragança City living. So it was a big change for us. So we were hoping to be living there and change our life, because Porto was very crowded for us, so we changed our life going there. So
that is the territory. If you don't know, some of them of course don't know. It's really in the periphery of Portugal. It's called Behind the Hills, if you can say it, a very bad translation.
Yeah.
It's Trás os Montes, okay? And so it's behind the hill because we have a Spanish border, then we have Douro River, and then we have Alvão and high mountains, Alvão and Marão. So for a long time, especially until dictatorship, 1974, all this region was completely away from everything.
Yeah.
Even the train takes so many hours to get there. And even my mother today, even with the tunnel, says the same. Okay, let's pass.
So this territory have some kinds of things that were not understood for us. So we live always in the big city, and here we have natural parks, we have traditionals, we have persons that have another way of thinking. And we, for a long time, try to understand and integrate us in this territory. So
we have 4 natural parks, 2 UNESCO biosphere reserves, and well, we have very good neighbors. In fact, so this is our field work, and this is our window. Okay, from our garden.
yeah, these are our carrots also.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is our own production. We are not hippies, you know that guys that go, and no.
More or less. So if you're following our story, we like making things. We make things. We love to make things, to produce things. And I think
also persons.
Yeah. Is in the
So this Carlos and Peter that are
in there.
Sorry kids.
So we are trying to make also a family. We're trying to educate our children making things and contribute it also to Bragança City. So this is very important for us, to help other person to change the life and to create things. I think this is the job of a teacher. Yeah.
Well, at least they try to design themselves instead of, being designed by others. Well, here we can see some of the elements that we want to speak about. Art and design and the sustainable path that we are looking for harder, but it's sometimes very hard indeed. And also the textile sometimes as an enabling process, something that is really gathering us and sometimes pushing us to the limits instead regarding creative parts. Then we have the research items. Then we're going to speak a little bit further about this. Keep going, girl. You're waiting well.
So this is also our experience, research. We try to have textile, also like a material to create. Stone is very different, wood, metal. Textile is different. I cannot wear nothing that is made by stone, yes, but it's different.
It's a flow.
Yes. So this is some of our
inspirations. Yes. This is Jesus Rafael Soto, a penetrable. A penetrable is a sculpture that we can penetrate, all right? Yeah. Sorry. And then, of course, instead of you going to the Louvre, maybe you go to the Semiyaki shop, okay?
Yeah.
And you don't buy the clothes,
Yeah.
you just wear it and say, oh, sorry, it's not today, maybe tomorrow, okay? But you wear it, you know, you put it totally, you try to guess it how it is, you know, and trying some dress from Issey Miyake, it's another experience, you know,
Awesome.
even for boys, okay? Okay.
So also we are looking
Wait. Okay.
to Portugal, and we are going to other montes, or other mountains,
okay.
other mountains, seeing the traditions that are in there and the persons that work until today with that traditions. So this is for who don't know capuchinhas, and work a lot of time with Helena Cardoso. That is a reference for me also, and for Charles. And we go also to Casa
de
Bucos, that is have a project, a very beautiful project in textile also. So we were exploring, and then we create our
Elements.
work.
Well, these elements regarding territory and identity and ethnography are really crucial for us, especially if we want to maintain some elements that are connected to our legacy eventually, and also at the same time, as Helena Cardoso does very well and others, fortunately, to kept these traditions, these items so powerfully being translated year after year, decade after decade, etc. So here...
Then we
yeah,
try to make some of us, we try textile. We try a lot of matters, and we show a little faster the work that we are exploring.
This is batik. My mother paints batik for more than 30 years, I think. My sister is a custom designer, Patricia Costa. And my mother-in-law, she makes amazing pieces of crochet, Aurorinha Alves. She's amazing, you know, really amazing with her hands. Well, some items that we produce for ourselves, for our family, for our, you know, people nearby, if you can say so. Also felting, etc., you know, knitting. And sometimes guys from Bragança ask us to make some crazy productions, and this is a kind of harrow. On the other side is Spain, and we made it in the Quintanilla Rock Festival, and we make an arrow with waste textiles from the companies here from the Ave, so nearby, from all these factories around. We pick, this is from canopies, you know, from the guys that, from this kind of textile that we use it outside of the shops, you know, and they have so many wastes. So we pick it and we make this kind of triangulation to Spain.
If you see, we have young persons help us. There are students. All of our works, we ask our students, do you want to get experience and make this work with us? And they follow us and contribute, help us also to make this work.
Well, this is another project made for these guys there. Two guys, when they were kids. It's a 4-level cocoon for them, and it's a kind of special place. This is first it was in Museum Abad Bassal, and then in our field already now it's completely destroyed, okay? But the time has changed. But in that period is a kind of macrame structure. Structure is made of wood from the forest nearby our house, and then it's a kind of cocoon for our kids. And can you speak?
Yeah.
Because Richard is there.
We have here other person that work with us, and we love Richard, yes. And we present this work. The name is Trouble, but in Portuguese is sarilho. And sarilho is an object that is using here in Portugal to work with wood. So the name also is, we ask persons to feel how it is to participate in the work of art, yes. We have persons all over the world, because EPB have a lot of students. They help us to make a performance. And also we ask persons for music to be in here. So...
Yeah. This was in Centro Graça Moraes, Centro de Arte Contemporânea Graça Moraes, so it's a special center in Bragança by Souto Moura, and Richard and Sarah made with us, and the costumes were also made by Patricia, my sister.
No, in this case, no.
Yes, it is, the costumes, yes, not the ballet. All right. Okay.
So now we're going to talk about EPB. So Carlos e Jacinta made these works, have this philosophy, and work in EPB. So EPB is in Trás-os-Montes, behind the hills, and have a lot of students in the also have a lot of students from everywhere. Yes.
Yeah.
In the present moment is difficult for us because Portuguese thinks in the way, and the other countries, the other persons can manage something, but they have positions very different to be in class, everything.
Rights, habits, completely different. So we have now 36% of our students, we have 10,000 students, and 36% of EPB students are from all over the world. We have 77 countries there. Most of them are from Brazil, Poland, and of course, Cabo Verde, Mozambique, Guinea, and all the countries that speak still Portuguese. Okay, and it's really amazing to have 36% of this kind of multicultural abrangency, if we can say so, in our. So it's a kind of extreme mix of language. We have blonde girls with high legs, you know, blonde and blue eyes, and then. Well, we have people from China, and then people from Africa and from Brazil, etc. So it's really amazing what has been happening now in EPB.
The boys are very beautiful also.
Yeah, yeah. Come on.
So, we are trying in the present time in EPB that EPB works with Bragança City, that Bragança can grow up because EPB is there. So all the teachers in all areas are trying this. This is an example. We have a traditional feast there.
You know, podens, you know, masquerades, pagan and ritual souls from everywhere going to this village, and they expel their spirits and their bodies I can show you a little bit further.
Is the image that you see in that side,
in
the left, they have costumes that are just in textile, and we ask our students to look to this outfit and try to propose something that they can wear in the lifetime, in the daily living.
So let me just check one thing. This is very focused in ethnography, of course.
Of course.
And the territory, okay? Now we're going to pass to a different position.
Because we are trying to help the persons that work with the wood and the region, that design can improve and can also bring young people to this area. Other thing that is happening is that our students are not from Portugal, and they also have a baggage. So this is a case of a student that is from Cabo Verde, and said to me, all these proposals were chosen by our students. They choose to work in this area. And Eros said to me, Professor, I'm from Cabo Verde, so textile for me is very different. So I have other philosophy, other way of seeing colors, patterns. So in present, this is a jacket that Eros made, and now we have a company in Bragança City that produce this.
Well, normal wear, you know, but it's a mix between Occident, you know, very European style, with Africa, and we have this company, this Afrogenesis style. It's really cool, you know. It's really fashionable. It's making it there. They already. It's a company, so 3 years already that I have been there working with our students. Okay.
So this students is also this work is also a tool to connect persons and integrate the persons in our community, and they have an opportunity to show themselves to the community. You also make some objects, objects, to help artisans.
Handicrafts.
Crafts to make their work.
I can say it. Sorry.
So this is a work for silk, for the artisans of handcrafts of silk, to help them to have more productivity and are making the work. Yes. So we are trying to have other approach, not to see just the material, but to help the textile area to grow up.
Especially regarding usability, you know, sometimes really hard, and to help them a little bit regarding what they eventually the spinning, you know, the spinning wheel, and we trying to organize and making the usability of that structure a little bit better.
The tools help to improve the tools. Yeah. And in here we work the light, and in the case of this working here is a Brazilian student that brings to us that technique that calls fuxico. That's the name in Brazil that they give. And all of these works are waste materials. Yeah. So this proposal was what do you have at home that you're going to don't wear? Now we're going to propose you to make some light objects with that material.
All right, I'm almost finished.
Almost finished too.
Yeah. Yes.
We also work with institutions. Social institutions in Bragança City. This is a project that was financed by EDP, and the challenge was to improve the clothes that were given to these institutions and by design, and then they can sell it to others. So these persons that are in this workshop are young mothers, were more or less 15 years, so they are
very young, some of them.
Very young, and
20 years, more or less.
They pass for all process. They understand the textile. And Deborah, as our student, was there to put this workshop
working.
We also present to the city, putting a lot of students of other areas, music. And then present the work they made also. And now EPB have a strong problem because our students don't have financial way to be in there. So now we are promoting this project that is a social project.
Yeah. Well, as you see, we have light, we have ethnography, we have this multicultural process. Then we have this making design for families. And now we have COVID, and we have a lot of financial problems regarding our students. So EPB organized themselves to make this structure, to help and to make this food and clothes for the guys don't have financing for a long time. So this are the 5 elements that we've been working regarding textiles for these years, okay?
Inclusion.
Yes.
Social.
Yeah. And
well-being.
And usability also.
Yeah.
Yes. And for finalizing, we finalize with a whole picture. We are very young in here, and our clothes are made, of course, with elements from the forest. Okay. And finito. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
pero tengo que buscar el
Sí,
mío.
vamos a terminar esto. Esto. Lala, a ver.
Esto sí. Esta es la primera.
Qual é o botão... Carlos, anda cá. Oh, Carlos. Wonderful. Faz-me aqui a apresentação
Cuidado.
à Lala. No, full screen para ali.
Ah,
como fizeste
Ctrl
a
L.
tua. merci.
Okay.
No, todavía no.
No, wait a moment.
Ah, sí, sí, sí.
Okay.
Ya, okay. En este, ¿no?
Sí.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here again in Guimarães, talking about textiles again, once more. My professional practice as a weaver and a teacher spans over more than 40 years. I have always taught hand weaving, dyeing, and spinning techniques in my private studio, located in downtown Madrid, for most of the period. Later, I moved to a small village near Madrid. In the 80s, textile crafts were hugely popular, and most of my students were women. Housewives came in the morning, professional women in the afternoon. During the last 20 years or so, the profile of my students has changed. They are still mostly women, but now they are younger and have a training, background, or work in creative professions. They may be illustrators, graphic designers, fashion designers, architects, or graduates from fine arts academies. All of them feel attracted to the creative potential of textiles. There are many visual artists in Spain interested in textiles, and they mostly use knitting, stitching, crochet. That is, techniques that can be learned easily and do not require a complex training or equipment. Why? Because textile art and design are not taught in fine art academies in Spain. In fact, textile techniques are only taught in some few art schools in the country. From the beginning, I make clear to my students that they are not learning a hobby. They are learning the most ancient craft invented by humanity, a craft that has a long and manifolded history, but has always been a motor for innovation, from the invention of the silk loom to the jacquard loom, to synthetic dyes and fibers, to the current research about biomaterials, for example. I try to give my students an immersive experience in what it means a professional textile practice as a maker, a designer, or an artist. I do this by sharing information about all kinds of textile events or developments, recommending textile magazines, organizing guided tours to museums, exhibitions, even abroad. In 2020, we traveled to the city of Łódź in Poland to visit the Triennial of Tapestry and the Academy of Art. And you can see here the visit to the weaving department with Dominika, who has been with us this morning, Blode Sigan, a very famous professor and artist, and Magda Sobon, who is well known here. They all teach in the academy. The aim of all these activities is not only to broaden their vision, but also to make them look at textiles with an open mind and to encourage individuality. I also teach them history of textiles. I have also often taught master classes on textile topics, international design trends, the history of textile art, in a number of art and design schools, fab labs, museums. Out of Spain, I am usually asked to lecture about the Spanish textile art and design, what I have done in China, Japan, and other places. I have also known a different kind, well, this is also in Łódź, in the academy, in the paper workshop with Professor Eva Latkowska. I have also known a different kind of experience. When Spain, years ago, when Spain joined the European Union, we had access to European projects. I took part in quite a few, which meant teaching in remote rural areas, where the lack of jobs made people leave for the big cities. And the government wanted to fix population, and they wanted to find jobs for women, especially. I have also worked in cooperation for development projects in some African and Ibero-American countries. That has greatly enriched my vision of textile practice in the world today. Besides my personal understanding of people and life, and I consider myself very lucky to have been given the chance to live these experiences. You can see in the image in Ethiopia, Morocco, and then in my workshop in Madrid with a group of weavers from Iraq. And last but not least, during many years, as an active member of the European Textile Network, I have been able to visit textile departments in many universities and schools all across Europe during the European Textile Network conferences. So what can I say as conclusion after all these years? I'm afraid very obvious things, and many of them have already been told today. I can say that, for me, in my opinion, the identity mark of contemporary practice is creativity. And creativity must come from a sound knowledge, a very good knowledge, of materials and techniques. In my view, you must know the rules to be prepared to break them meaningfully by experimentation and research. This morning, in the Facebook comments, Fernando Ferreira has reminded us of the learning by doing sentence, and also of the Black Mountain College in North Carolina in the 50s in the USA, and about the teaching of the Alberts, both Annie and Joseph. And I think this comment has been very much to the point. I also believe that education must be hybrid, interdisciplinary, because that is already a main trend in art, design, craft, science, work. By the way, I do not believe it is a trend. I believe it's here to stay. It is a feature of the time. Artists and designers need to work together with engineers, scientists. Education must prepare students for this new world. Students must be used to exchanges with other practices, with other disciplines. In short, I strongly believe that cultivating an open mind, creative thinking, lateral thinking is essential, as well as collaboration among disciplines, for everybody, and much more so for artists, designers, and makers. Thank you very much.
Yes, next. Sorry. My head does not fully grasp all the languages being spoken. We have another love story, actually. This is Joana Cunha and Mónica Faria from the University of Guimarães and Braga. Minho. Oh, before the mountains from those guys is Minho, us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm with Cristina. In Portuguese, it's easier, but I'm doing my best to talk in English. Joanna, it's more comfortable, but I think I'm too. So. Okay, yata.
Oh, I'm not more comfortable. She says so. Okay, we are here to talk to you a little bit about our look into what has been. Mike. Do you hear me now? No? But yeah, it's okay. So we are going to share with you a little bit about our brief experience between the School of Architecture and Art and Design, which is complicated, and the School of Engineering in the degree of Visual Arts. This course started, and I'd say brief because it started just a few years ago, 2018, so it's just a toddler or an infant trying to grow. And it started from the very beginning with this idea of linking to the heritage of Guimarães. In the morning, we heard from the municipality saying that Guimarães is a very strong city in industry and textiles, and it was with no surprise that Natasha over there challenged us from engineering to be a part of this project, to bring the engineering, the textile, and polymers into this newborn project of visual arts. And as we are engineers, we accepted it. So Guimarães, as it was said, is full of history, heritage from cultural, geographic, and social areas around textiles, around leather, around all kind of industries. So this is for you to understand a little bit about who we are and how we are doing this road trip through the degree in visual arts. I need to read, no, I'm going to forget two or three things. Okay, another thing that's important to stand out, and it was in the very beginning of the degree, was this connection with Contextile. Contextile was born here in 2012, and so it was also a big drive for the course, this connection to textiles. And these two issues, Contextile and Guimarães, marked this first journey and our first marriage. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read because I'm not Joanna. And so, in the second semester of the first year of the course in 2018-19, we started to work on the curricular unit Technology 2, which is taught by a textile artist, which is me, a textile engineer, and Christina, who's over there. Thank you, Christina, for being here, and a polymer engineer. And in the following year, 2019-20, progress was made with the curricular unit Technology 4, shared with the same group of people in a continuous process, deepening the ideas and subjects started in the previous year, and with the aim of participating in the following biennial, which means in 2018, our first visit to the exhibition, it was Contextile 18. So we start working to participate in Contextile 2020. Technology, here I have to pause a little because this work, it's a collaboration with Fernando Ferreiro, which is also here. And it was a workshop that we made in Bartlett. Fernando has amazing work, so in the end, talk with him. He will explain you everything, and I love to work with him, and I asked him to use that workshop in the class. So Technology 2 encompasses the exploration with textile fibers going from fiber to yarn and from there to the textile surface, weaving using the body in a collaborative process and on the table looms. In our curriculum, we also talk about arraiolos, not because we are in Guimarães, but because me, as a textile artist and researcher, it was my first language in textile because my mother has an atelier with arraiolos and my father is with foundry. So my basis is here in arraiolos, the embroidery of arraiolos. And I learned with Deleuze that in the classroom we can't control what happened, but so if we share what we know, we have hope that everything flows and people can communicate and learn from each other. So the ambience in the classroom, we're trying to be, like we have lots of things doing, crochet, weaving, I don't know how to say more in English, but and students be there doing and talk with each other, you know, like stories, telling stories, reminder from where they learn at homes, and that is a place for sharing experience also between students.
And as Monica was saying, so they have all these different techniques. Some of them, or most of them, were already mentioned here by other colleagues in their curricula. But they go from, in this technology too, it's what we call dry techniques. So it's all about textile techniques from weaving, knitting, crocheting, embroidering, sewing, collage, but all that's done without water. That's our second part of the show, which is the technology 4 that still works the same technologies, deepening, going further on the comprehension on those technologies, but here introducing the color, introducing dyeing and printing processes, and also at the same time we have, and we must not forget our colleagues, the polymers, where they go from, I don't know if I'm going to say something very wrong, thermoforming and molding techniques, where they experiment also during the semester in both technology classes.
Well, this is some of the images from the exhibition of Contextile 2020. This year we had the pandemic, you know, like the explosion, the very first experience of what has been closed at home, everyone, and this was the result of having classes on computer. Every student work with what they have at home. And polymers has a very importance also, because in textile we can, I don't know if it's in English, if I'm clear the idea, but you know, these polymers and textiles and engineering and creative things and design, and it's very enriching, because we can expand the materials of the language of textile, and lots of students goes from polymers to work and to think and to share and to build textile works, and this is the place where. Okay, so I think I've said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we will still be seeing some of these results from Contextile 2020 with places of memory.
Yes,
right?
place of memory, yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the motto?
Yes, because it was an amazing coincidence, because it was the Contextile was the place of memory places, and they were at home, so it was the perfect place to be, to talk about memories and textile, because everyone learned with the grandmother, the father, the mother, and so on. So this work here, it's a weaving about territory. She's from the north, and she learns a lot of things with her mother, and her father is Ana Leandro, and she works from home. She built the first loom by herself, and she made this work. This is also from Eleonore, which made at home. She started printing ink in textile, you know, like
block printing.
Yes, block printing, which is also a technique learned from the first semester, technology 1, and also in polymers we have this I don't know how to say in English, conteúdo abordado.
Content
yes.
Of the
doing stamps.
Cartoons.
And she made herself also at home, and she made this Espanta Espíritus.
Windshine. It's a sort of windshine. Yeah. So, and on this pandemic, the pandemic was not a good moment, but it also brought, in our point of view, very interesting insights. And we had the subject to teach dyeing and printing, so we had to adapt. And we came into eco-printing, natural dyeing, using whatever you have at home, from flowers from the garden to the saffron from your mother's kitchen. Some mothers didn't like very much the amount of mess we made, but it was a very positive experience. And what we learned from this experience was that it was interesting enough to bring it back to the curricula once we came to normal classes, so we did it. In this slide, we have a work by Rafaela, and she did the printing with the natural dyes from home, and she did the dyeing with natural dyes and the printing using wood block carving, which is one of the subjects, and made an entire set of experiments. And this really gave us the idea that it was important to keep on doing this.
Well, also we have a complex work by teachers that we'd love to talk with each other, and this is not at the curriculum. We have a coordination of the semester, and so many of the works we try to, not being just in the classroom, going to the streets, going to the other classroom, going to the, I don't know, to the cafeteria, whatever. And here are some examples of, the work of this one is Adriana Oliveira. She made this at drawing classes and at atelier also. So here and here you have, like a language, a visual language and a plastic language that goes over, for every place she wants. Also, here we have a work by Sara Filipa, which was made at the first semester of the first year in 2018, because we have this program that goes to the street walking and recollecting things, and she started herself, opened her eyes to the colors that she found in nature. So it was the first step that she, after that, continuing. And when we made the dyeing at home, she works on the archived diamond. It says like diamond, and she works with the skin colors by dyeing pigments, natural pigments at home, because it was related to the diamond colonial. Yes, the archive of diamond has. So. This transdisciplinarity, it's very important for us also. We all are always learning with each other, not just only in our technique and classroom. And okay. So this year, 2021-2022, there was a first partnership approach between the Master in Design and Marketing of Textile Products, Garment and Accessories of the School of Engineering and a degree in Visual Arts, with a common work that aimed to participate in the festival Textile Extraordinaries, but which, due to various difficulties, ends up happening without being associated with the event itself. This experience, in which a textile engineer and a polymer engineer inspire art students, we think it can be beneficial for a textile artist to inspire fashion design students, and for students to learn from each other in a relationship between artistic and commercial production.
Okay, in this process, although there was no direct contact between students, the year didn't quite work as we expected. We had this inspiration between teachers and going back to the classrooms, but we understand that this was a very happy experiment in what comes to end results, from fashion to art fashion at the other side with art, mixing textiles with polymers, because this is waste material from the food industry, where you put your potatoes and onions. And what we aim to do is to keep on this partnership, but trying to bring students together so they can learn from each other more than they learn from the professors. And that is the spirit for the next one.
Yes, that is the aim. So, we invite you to visit the schoolyard, if you don't have done yet, where the Couros River flows between walls with historic Teatro Jordão and the old mechanic garage. A story is recovered where a new sharing space grows off walls of a school and a neighborhood. We are just arriving and we promise to stay, so visit the piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I invite everyone to join the table? Don't sit. Vamos, vamos. Lala, I have a mic for you. Okay. Para Lala. We have one mic here, another there, 1, 2. So you guys, and then we share here. Lala, your mic? Okay. Can we use all the mics? Perfecto. Não, Lala tem o microfone para ela. You can stay there, Lala. Oh, here.
Cristina, como tu abriste isto, até fiquei um bocadinho nervosa.
They're amazing. They see they're working already. So great. We need one more chair, please.
Eu sei que estão aí alunos novos do primeiro ano, segundo semestre, é para bombar.
English, please.
Olha, queres o dicionário bombar?
Não, aqui não temos géneros. Não temos sexo. Sexo temos, queremos, mas géneros não. Wow. So, I'm sorry we don't have Anne. I think Anne is seeing us. And I wish you were here. If you have the hypothesis or the will to ask us any question, please send it through WhatsApp or Facebook. Okay? I think we have some time for questions, right? So please do share your thoughts.
No, this is a question. Christina,
oh my God.
No. I and one or two others did not understand what you meant by confection.
Oh, this is a sewing machine.
A sewing machine.
Yes.
I thought it was about food.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be nice. No, textiles and food are very close. Okay, so it's a sewing machine. That was all I wanted to ask. Is that all right? That wasn't too difficult.
No. All the questions like this is okay. Thank you. That's been very helpful.
Anyone else? Ah, Patrícia, obrigada. Pois dou-te 20.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I'm a student at Visual Arts Visuais. I'm in the third year, but I'm still doing things from the first and the second. So, Cristina, you said that your students in Soares dos Reis were very happy in the textile environment. Do you think that almost all of your students have a background of textile? Do they know, they knew textile before the world of textile, or it was new for them?
Hello? Okay. It was new for them because in Portugal, when they go to Soares dos Reis, they don't have lots of experience in this area. Perhaps with the mother, grandmother, they have some experience, little experience, but when they go to school, I have 2 students there, they can talk if they want. They learn how to create different kind of objects with textile material, textile tradition, and for them it was an happy surprise. And for me too, because they're very, very creative. The students are wonderful. Thank you.
May I ask something?
Hi, my name is Elise. I'm Brazilian, and I haven't actually had an experience with textile, so I'm a bit lost. This is my first year, and actually my first 10 days in Portugal, so it's all very, very new. And I wanted to ask because I don't remember, but the last teacher who spoke said something about with collaborating with fashion. And although I haven't had any experience with textile, I have had some experience with fashion, and I think that both subjects can work together. And I wish to know, how do you propose that? If you had any ideas, if you had any work alongside with fashion courses or something like that.
You are in the, what is the course that you are?
I'm in visual arts and art technology.
Visual art?
In the Polytechnic Institute of Porto.
Okay, okay. Well, here at Atelier, we try to, give some... tu és brasileiro, falar
Atelier Studio Practice. At Studio Practice.
Studio Practice. We give some exercise to do, but you can bring everything that you want to respond to that exercise. What we talk about, it was in our unit that we do together, which is Technology 2 and Technology 4. It's in the second semester. And it was our first experience to work with the 2 courses. It was our first time to do it. But we haven't time to put students talk with each other. It's one thing that we want to do next year. And so it's our first time too. So if you want to,
Yeah, just to complement a little bit, the idea is to contaminate the designers with the artists and the artists with the designers. It's not to merge them into a single project because the idea is different for each of them, but it's more to make them contaminate each other and grow together. I think that's our main idea.
Okay, thank you.
I think the word you guys repeatedly used was sharing, to share.
thank you.
It's like weaving a fabric. You need to have threads intertwined, so it's a strong fabric. I think maybe you can use that as a metaphor for society. Maybe the world would be more simple. I think we have a question from Orenzio.
Yes. We are Contextile, the teachers of
You need
textile.
to talk to the mic. Yeah, but just don't throw the...
Okay.
Okay, great, perfect.
I thought there was a button to press or something like that. We are, I say we are because Contextile, the teachers in textile technology, in textile courses, we are transmitting the cultural, the textile culture. And the textile culture means that there should be some respect in some way, some respect in the meaning that people recognize textile as an important media and as an important signification when you want to transmit something. Fashion is that. Textile art is that also. With fashion you transmit lots of significates. And in some way I see that museums in Portugal and most of the cultural environment is not sensible to textiles. And what I want to, well, this is it's a personal idea, and I want to see if there is, if someone has something to say about that. For instance, institutions, museums like Gulbenkian, for instance, they have the textile art that they have, it's tapestries from Porto Alegre. And there was a lot of things happening after that, and there is not only there is not a piece of something after Porto Alegre. There was a lot of movements and fiber arts in Portugal, and there is not witness, testemunho. Testemunho? Como é que se diz testemunho?
Testimonies.
Testimony, yeah, of that. Okay.
So who wants to answer?
I don't know if I understand very well the question. So it's the why the textile are not evaluated in the established work?
Yeah, the established gatekeepers.
Well, I will try to do my best in English, but it's something about heritage, you know, like we have this popular thing, art and crafts and so on, and we have the erudito.
High culture, low culture.
Yes, and it's a construction of the society, you know, like centuries and centuries and centuries. And it's very difficult to deconstruct this. This is my point of view, okay? So when I say I'm a textile artist, it's something like, okay, you are from that group, because we sometimes have that the necessity to, you know, to put people in some places, and once you are there, you cannot be there. So it's something that we have to change. Now that we are, you know, like, today for me it's a very important day because I find myself talking with the same language that other people. You know what I'm saying? So this is a movement that we, when we are teaching and when we are at school, we have to tell to our students that depend on us to change that you know, like that sentence that textile it's a minor art, or textile is just for, you know, the woman who stays at home, because, you know, history also women's are, you know, a gender, a weak gender. You know, like, there are so many things that we have to question and to rebuild and to try to make an appointment about that. So that is a very interesting and important question, because if we just stay here doing this and not provoke the society about this, textile will continuing be, you know, like what was, you know, art and crafts and minor art and I don't know. And when we start to study these movements and the textile art and so on, we find that textile, it was the very first language of every other, how to say in English, you know, like you need textile to eat, to dress, to build, to sleep, to, you know, like it's everywhere, and it was, yes, it was the first development of the human being. You know, it's our first language, I think. So that is discurso built, a speech built centuries and centuries and centuries to put women and textile in a place. You know, like, that's why. Well, someone asked, how many men do you have in your classroom? Yeah. You know, like, okay, it's there, but it's you know, like 2, 3, 4. It's not very much men doing textile, because it's something that I don't know. People say
it's cultural.
It's a cultural thing, and we need to ask that question more often, and to trying to rebuild, change that paradigm, I think. So I don't know if...
yeah, very good. Yeah. I would add that not only in arts, it's all the textile world that has this stigma of being something inferior from other areas. It's the same when you look at materials, textile engineering, textile art, textile design. They are all like a subclass inferior to the other ones.
Depends on the place.
Here in Portugal. Okay. We are talking about in our the country. It was the question that was around. Of course, in other countries, things have evolved, and there is more respect and more value for the area of textiles. But here we still are in a very stigmatized position regarding textiles. That's my feeling also.
Stone people. Anyone wants to add? Yeah, I know. Then it's Lala.
Well, it's working.
Just let Carlos, Lala. But Carlos termina aí. Carlos, pode andar aqui, querido.
Já estou aqui, pronto. Ora bem, well, first of all, if we go to, okay, they are in Brexit, you know, but a few years ago, I went to making futures in Plymouth and also to Edinburgh, and well, everyone speaks the same language. Everyone knows what they do. They are professionalized. They are completely respected by everyone. And we have a lot to learn with them. It's quite amazing, you know. And, well, they are in Brexit, it's a pity. But regarding Portugal, well, we still are, you know, craftsmen. We are the lowest scale of art, you know, still. Well, after all this revolution, Still, as you said before, Gulbenkian, isn't it? Just a few, you know, tapestries there, and that's enough. It's domestic, you know. It's just domestic. Sorry, I'm joking.
So now we have a, thank you so much, you're amazing. Lala, and then Janice, and then Susanna, okay? And then Fernando. I'm so happy.
This is a question really for the teachers. In the table.
Lala, ¿puedes verificar si está abierto?
Sí, sí, está.
¿Está? Faz assim, tum, tum, tum.
Yeah. It's a question for the teachers in the table, and I know that there are other teachers out there. And I suppose there are things you would like to do in your schools, in your academies, and you cannot for different reasons. But if you have, look at her face. But if you had to choose just one reason, each one of you, one reason, are you able to identify the main problem, in your opinion, in your particular situation, in your teaching? I mean, what would you like to have? Maybe more equipment, a few students, I mean, in the same classroom, I mean, or, no, I don't know, or a change in the curriculum, to change the program, the structure maybe is flexible, maybe it is not. What would you like to say about it?
Can I start? Okay, there are, we can all complain about a number of issues, but what I think for me would work best would be if the curricula would be more flexible. If we could not have 2 hours of a subject, 2 hours of another, if we could make another distribution depending on what the class is working on, we would all be contributing to the knowledge, but without being each one in each compartment. I don't know if I was clear enough.
In my school, it's not the same. We have the liberty to choose whatever we want to do with the students. So it's wonderful. We have the complete autonomy to work with all these textile techniques, materials, and well, I have a wonderful school with wonderful equipment. It's easier, okay. We have a budget with lots of materials, so it's easy to work with this. But we have the liberty to choose, so for me it's wonderful.
So, I think it's not. Yeah. So I think for me the main problem that it is that nobody asked me that.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, nobody asked me in my institution what could make my classrooms work better. I think all over our country you are struggling to be better teachers, I think, to help our students to be better persons. And but our country struggling with other issues, and I think that reflects our practice in the classroom. So they don't ask me, because if they ask me, I will say a lot of things that I need in my classroom, and they cannot answer to my request. I think we need to to think about how we're going to be having education, sustainable education. For us, I think is the main thing in Portugal, how we can grow being good teachers and take care of our young persons.
I have so many ideas of that, but when this visual art bachelor opens, it was an opportunity that, for me, of course, because I think a lot about educational programs. And it was the best thing, I think it was the first years of this bachelor, it was the talking and the learning with other colleagues, you know, like other teachers. But now I think it's the time. I don't know if COVID bring another perspective, and we need some time to understand better what happened here and what is changing. And we are all, I don't know, you know, like anxiety and so on. But one of the fundamental things, I think, it's dialogue. Have time to dialogue with other pairs, with the students, and so on. So it seems like we don't have time to do slow things. We have time. We don't have time to stop and talk with each other. But we try. Okay, so. We're here. Yeah, we are trying, and for me it's the best thing that I experience here. The bad thing is we are not there, but we are trying to be. So the main thing I think is that, in that, you know, like now I could mention a lot of things, but I'll stay here. Thank you for the question.
Yes, please.
Hello. It's working?
No? Sound boy, please. Hello? Is this one working?
Yes, yes. Okay. Good afternoon. I am. Sorry?
That's okay now.
Now?
No.
So, good afternoon. I will try to explain some ideas. I am Nuria. I came from Barcelona. I am teacher from 12 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago, in a school, in a high school. A high school. I take my first course by weaving from Lala. I am in Madrid. I am very happy to be here because the textiles for me were a new world in a moment of my life, and that is a parenthesis, like the life and the work is not separated. But the question from Lala was, for me, the first word I thought was time, like she said. And I would like to explain this idea. Sometimes I have the doubt if we teach, if we could teach better textiles. I have sometimes the feeling that the textile is so deep and so wide that in our schools we do some superficial layer, no? I have many students that when they finish after 2 years and 1 more year from the final project, they ask, and now what? Where can I go to learn more? To learn more, sorry. And I have no response. I couldn't advise some place to learn more deeply so that is my desire will be to have more time, but one connection the schools have more connection with the reality world. That means industrial world, but not only. Also artisan, craftsmen, craftswomen. But the other, here there are some students, I don't know if they agree or not, but for me, one problem is to catch their attention also, because this morning we talk about the consequences of the pandemic time. That is not the question for me. For me is the consequences of the digital way to understand the world. I don't know if I explain me properly. So I feel the new students we have, they couldn't stay more than 10 minutes doing something. They have some anxiety, or they have to do or change very quickly. And the crafts are in the opposite. Yeah, to learn to weave is something very slow, and they don't have patience. And how could teach the patience? No, so. But for me, last time I learned something from one other very good teacher, that the most important is our mind, the mind of the teachers. Because sometimes we do things like we are, well, sorry, this idea I couldn't develop. No. Sí. Porque estoy sufriendo porque todo el mundo está ahí como...
Entonces, me dices, yo hago. So after 15 years of teaching, she had learned something.
That the possibility to learn from my students is in my mind.
The possibility to learn with our students, with my students, is in my mindset. In our mindset. Perfect. See? If I expect someone to really learn something, it is possible. So it's a positive mindset. Yeah.
Not only positive, because it's not trying to push.
Don't push. Don't obligate people to do things. So it's up to the teacher to help the other. First of all, to believe, yes, and then to believe that he can do it or she can do it, and make them also believe. Is this a? Yeah. Thank you. You're great. Thank you.
Natasha, may I comment? Natasha, may I make a
comment? It's Susanna, and then Fernando, and then Isabel, okay? And I have a question from the online public.
Just a quick comment on what Nuria, right, said, and Monica. When I meant the flexibility, was this flexibility in time, not having just 2 hours to do it. Why just 2 hours? Why can't we stay the rest of the day working, and we have to be finished by this hour because another subject is starting in another class. That's the time. The flexibility could give us time. Sometimes we need time. That's just to mean that I agree with you.
Sorry to break this dialogue, but I want to go back to Orenzio's question. Orenzio, we made the 10 artists exhibition. We made the 10 artists exhibition, and it was, and we had to go to Serralvo's collection, Gulbenkian, and other private collections, and to study and to find artists that work with textile. And we found in the brief research 3 times more that we selected for the exhibition. There are lots of artists that are in these collections. For example, I'll give you Lourdes de Castro. Lourdes de Castro is in Gulbenkian collection, Ana Vieira, Ana Jota, lots of other artists that works, Helena Almeida, that works with textile, but they are not categorized in the textile art. But you can find a range of artists, and we can do lots of more exhibitions to in one way to show when the textile sometimes is used during a long period of time. It can be an experience in one moment, how and when and with what purpose, and it was really interesting to make this research, and for us is a starting point, and I think it's important also to continue. And so this is also a moment, an opportunity. It's not recognized in that sense, because it's not in a draw, in categorized as textile arts, but there is lots of artists that in Portugal in these collections, and with big pieces and really important and really interesting pieces related with textile art. Just sorry.
Hello, I'm not going to talk about Gulbenkian. Sorry for that. I'm Fernando, I'm an architect, but I'm doing a PhD in textile, so I understand totally that kind of feeling that what an architect is doing in textiles. So I feel that, especially here in Portugal, not so much in the UK where I'm doing the PhD. But anyway, I think my questions at this point doesn't make so much sense because Lala asked it. So, because I saw the presentations and I found it really interesting and really fascinating. And they are what I really liked is that they are pushing the boundaries of academia. So they are just trying to make partnerships, which I think it's really positive, especially being here in Portugal. I remember when I was a student, I didn't feel that, at least as an architecture student here in Guimarães. So well done for that. But having said that, I was interested because you were all presenting like the good part, you know, of teaching. And I am a teacher as well, so I was more interested in understanding your struggles, and I think that was the kind of question that Lala did. What are the identification of the problems, so Lala maybe stole my question. But anyway, I have another question, which is, I'm interested in understanding your perspective about what do you really have learned from the students? What is the learning process? Or what is the kind of knowledge that you have from the students? And how can we make as teachers visible that kind of knowledge first, and now that knowledge can empower the students for their future careers? So I think it's a question.
Can I ask? Yes, you can answer.
You have the mic.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. In my case, from my students, I learn many more things. The youngest they are, because they have a different view. They have a fresh view, and they have expanded view. And they look at their approach is quite different. So it's just a question of having an open mind myself, and then it comes. So I learn every day, everything. I learn from everybody, but especially from young people, yeah.
Well, it's a complicated question to answer fully, because I learned so much from my students, but to put it point by point, it's going to be difficult. I learned how to be a better teacher with them, how to connect, how to explain. I understand sometimes I'm not going through the right path. It may have worked 5 years ago, and I have been a teacher for 30 years, and I've changed so much. And what I can tell you is that the year that I don't learn anything from my students, I'll quit the job.
Well, in 2015, I went to teach in Mozambique. And in the first week, I was speaking about design and how beautiful design from Europe it was. And, you know, Gestalt and everything, and all beautiful patterns from design Swiss and Portuguese design, etc. And at the end of the week, I went to the, you know, Saturday and Sunday, and I went to Google and I put, you know, best design in Tanzania, translate for Tanzania, Congo, Morocco's, Nigeria, everything. In Monday, I went with a presentation with 70 slides with best design from Africa, and they were, whoa, you know? So I entered immediately in their language, you know? That is sometimes the message for teachers is, okay, let me pass to his side. Let me put myself on the other side with him. Sometimes it's so hard. It's really hard. And that is the best thing. Is, you know, every challenge, it's a challenge, a new challenge. I'm completely with them in every way. Their skills, their attitudes, their, you know, their minds. And so, as she said, completely open.
Parece que agora passamos o microfone. Já não temos mais microfones. Okay, I'm learning every day because, well, for me, teaching and learning is a process of explain something. So when I'm trying to explain something to other person, I'm trying to teach something or to share something. And for me, that is teaching and learning. When I try to explain something technical or an idea that I have, and when, you know, the people, you are looking at me like that, I'm learning that you're not understanding anything of what I say. So I have to try to explain in the other way. So for me, I learn every day because, you know, the eye says so many things, and sometimes I just learn that you don't understand nothing what I say, but sometimes it's sprinkle, you know, like, and you say, okay, I have to catch this because I want to try again. So I think it's that feeling that try again to have again that sprinkle. So that's for me, it's what I have not every day, not with every people, but well, most of the time. I hope most of the time.
Well, I didn't talk about negative things because we don't have that in my school. No. Because I'm always positive, and for me it's always a challenge each year. And I work 12 hours with each class, so I have lots of time to know the students and to make challenge that the students can work.
And it's always a nice surprise. The students are very creative. They wonderful human beings. For me, it's wonderful to see that the teenagers have values, and think about what is happening in the society. I want to do remake, because the things are not okay. They have a great challenge for the future, and it was very, very nice to see wonderful teenagers. This is why, for me, it's, 25 years in the same school with teenagers, and I'm feeling home, and this is wonderful for me. So.
Let me just say one more thing about negative things. Sorry, Jacinta. Evaluation. For me, it's the negative, the negative, the negative, the negative, the negative. I hate the 0 and 20. I hate. I just think school, you know, you could go there and learn whatever you want and be happy. Not simple as that, but simple as that. Because that thing that work for a grade, it's just, I don't know. Sometimes it makes me sad, and I think it's the fight, the negative thing. It's the negative of the evaluation. So, sorry. Thank you.
So, I'm going to give my opinion. Yeah. So what I learned with my students, I learned the future. I think my students bring the future to my classroom. I'm a researcher also. Every day I look to the world, but I see the world with my own eyes. With my students, I see the world different way. So I learned how can maybe happen the future. I also learn with my students the trust. I trust them. I hope they trust me to help them. And then this is a process in classroom. So I'm saying to my students, you must trust me. I must trust you. I think it's very important, that process, because we are trying to help our students. And by the way, my students are the best of the world.
I agree. Just Can I, is my mic on? So I have a question from the online audience. It's, sorry. Flavia Vieira, she's an artist. She asks, don't you think that this type of event, like textile biennales, doesn't reinforce the separation between textile and visual arts? Exclamation point. It is a question that is also a provocation. Thank you, Janice.
Ai, 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 Flávia. Ai, ai, ai. Ai, 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 Flávia. Ai, ai, ai. Ai, ai, ai. I'll talk to you later, Flavia. Okay, so if it's a provocation to talk about textile in the world arts, because when we talk about visual art, anybody thinks about textile. So I'm only talk about textile, and I'm participating in a Contextile Biennale because I think it's urgent to talk about textile in the world of art. It's also a provocation. I think the organization do the same thing, right? Yeah. Claudia and Joaquin and so on. Because of course we have to talk about art. Okay, it's obvious. But with the question of Orenzio, why textile is so a minor art in the visual art? So let's talk about that. So I love the provocation, and for me it has to be to continuing being a provocation. So thank you, Flavia. We meet later in Brazil. In Brazil.
Está funcionando. It's working? Okay, thank you. It's more or less about this topic yet. And I'm sorry. And it's about that stigma and that inferiority that we are talking about a while ago, and talk about the low feminine work and the weakness of the textiles and so on, the domesticity of all this work and the low, you know what I mean. So what my point is, this can be the strong issue, the strong plot of textiles. Instead of complain of why textiles is so bad, so it's not welcome to the artist world and Gulbenkian and so on. Why don't you turn this weakness in strong issues? Like, for example, artists like Gada Hammer or Rosemarie Trockel are doing, right? I'm yes, maybe this. I'm as artist. I'm a teacher, but I'm a strong practice as artist, and I use textiles in my main production. But I don't see that separation between the visual arts and the textile arts, and we can, and as I said when I did my talk, we more and more the art are plural, multifunctional, and I believe in this. I don't believe in such strong separation about textiles and about art in the sense more abrangent or more I think more beautiful of the term, right? It's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm always talking, sorry.
May I add?
Yes.
Come on. Well, I think that the reasons for this bad consideration of textiles are not part of art. It has a lot of, it has historical roots. It's rooted in history because that old division between fine arts and applied arts, and also because of the association with the feminine, with women, and some other things also. But I think that this is becoming more and more obsolete. And from maybe 20 or 30 years ago, we are seeing textile art everywhere. In all the important events of contemporary art, like Documenta. Well, here we have Ibrahim in Documenta in 2007, I think, and many other places, a lot of artists, no? So this is changing. And what is more important, I think that to the young artists, they don't care about it. they use textiles as they can use anything else. Yeah. They just don't declare themselves as textile artists. They say, I am a visual artist, or multidisciplinary, or whatever. While the old generation, certainly, they used to say, we are textile artists. And so we have a kind of two parallel circuits, the circuit of contemporary art and the circuit of textile art. And it's very important, the role of the biennials, a biennial like this, like Contextile. The role is playing, I think, in my opinion. I have been coming here and collaborating some way or another from the beginning. And the way I see it, is playing a very important role in putting textile into the field of contemporary art. Because when we select, say we because I have been in the jury several times, but when they select pieces and works here, we are looking into contemporary art made with textiles. And we value both things. I mean, contemporary art and also a good textile practice. It has to be well done. I mean, that's my opinion. So.
That was I was about to say that I'm not a textile artist. I lied to you. I'm a visual artist, but I also work with fibers of textiles. So sometimes people say, you're a textile artist. And I say, okay. And in other places, I'm just an artist. And I like to hear what Susanna says about the collection. They don't put Lourdes de Castro and Helena Almeida in the textile catalog, but they could. And that is the changing that Lala is talking about. And agora falhou uma palavra, mas concordo, identifico-me. I agree, I identify with those words, you know, like, of course, this is a Contextile about, it's a biennial to talk about textile art. But if it was about, you know, like, I don't know, acrylic painting and so on, it would be also good, and we could talk about that. But actually, we are talking about textile because it was needed to talk about textile, and I think it was the best way to do it. But of course, we are talking about art, and we are talking about industry, everything that textile has to do about. But that's here and now. But tomorrow we can talk about the same works in the other context, and I think it's validated also. So, Claudia, you want to talk? Natasha? Então já acabou?
Hello. Yes. Actually, I think the provocation from Flavia Vieira a very good one. I know Flavia as an artist. I know her hard work, and it is an extraordinary body of work. And she integrates also the textile in their hard work. So it's a very, very smart question. And I already spoke a little bit with Flavia about these questions. And I truly believe that Contextile, it's not separating, but doing the opposite, because we must attend to a context, the context of our country, and the practices, the artistic practices in our country about textiles. And the concept of the biennial is to place textile in the place of contemporary art. So there's a lot of things to do on that way. And that's why we truly believe that Contextile is doing this. It's bringing the thought of textile, is bringing the process of doing of textile into the contemporary art and exhibiting that as contemporary art into the shape of a contemporary art biennial. If you noticed, the signature of Contextile is textile in art, not textile art. So that is a huge change of putting things. Also, the Contextile has a wider goal, that is to work with the territories of textile culture. And I heard a lot about contamination and sharing practices and sharing pedagogies and and collecting and sharing collections and do network and connect each other as well. And Contextile also serve this aim, because we are putting together different territories, and this kind of practices, it's fundamental to us. And that's why we are doing this through textile. not putting that into a separate level, or to apart it from the other expressions or artistic categories, but integrated them. Now it is, Contextile exists since 10 years ago, and it is a long process to do this. And I also believe that in the future, maybe this biennial doesn't make sense anymore, but today, and for many years in the future, it makes sense to place it. And then we can have this, how can I say it, this ideal that we all think, that is do not have boundaries and to have everything integrated. And coming back to this conference, educational futures, I think that's the point. Maybe the aim here is to share how to teach this in our schools, because textile departments in schools are also responsible to produce artists that are interested in textiles in the future. So I really thank you, Flavia, and I'll be very, very happy if you can be here also talking with us.
Well, I'm a teacher, I'm a professional, I work in the cultural field for more than 20 years, and I really believe that there is the importance, and that each one of them has its own importance, the formal spaces of education, the informal spaces of education, the museums, the collections, the biennials, the small association, each one has their own role. And they are important in this cycle of making cultural and art. So the biennial, as answer, is, as Claudia said, it was the right moment. We thought, and we had some doubts in the beginning, if it was, we had Lausanne experience that existed and then closed, ended. We had Kaunas Biennale, that was a textile biennale that transformed in a contemporary art biennale. So we knew when we present the idea and the project of making Contextile that we had already these cases in other parts of the world, but we were challenged here in Guimarães to develop this idea and this project. And from the beginning, we presented the idea of working and the textile contemporary art in contest, like Claudia said. And the first steps was integrated in the Capital European of Culture, so yes, a frame and a contest with other projects, but thanks also to Claudia that was with us from the first years. It was really important to make these reflections and to share these reflections. That's why our family is enlarging each edition, and we want to enlarge, and that's why it's important for us not just to make the exhibition, not just work with the schools, but also to make these talks and to make the 10 artists and make the exhibitions and try to develop these the works until we feel it's needed, like Claudia said.
Let's crash the plane. We are 15 minutes after bedtime at the moment. It's a great talk. We'll engage afterwards, and tomorrow we'll also be here at 10 o'clock with Ibrahim Mahama and Artemis. Can you say also Ibrahim? Ibrahim, Artemis, and Susanna Pires, she's arriving. And also a keynote speaker, that's Monica Grazien. She's not able to come, but she will be here by Zoom. And the session will be moderated by Susana Milão, which is on the front row. So do you guys want to go for some words before I pass the word to Janice Jeffries to finish our day's work? Are you okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. We need a mic to...
Well, is this on?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Thank you very much. I'm sure everybody is extremely tired. My brain is a little full and the body is pretty tired too. I'm meant to be reporting back, but I always think that's rather impertinent to do that. So I have just some thoughts, and these might carry forward to tomorrow because we've had a range of contributions, discussions, insights. But I want to have, I've got 12 C's. I'm someone, as a writer really now, who always thinks of key words. That might be all the research history. But when I started at the end of the 60s, I was a guerrilla girl, so never take no for an answer is my comment to the student. I was supposedly in a painting school, moved to sculpture and started doing video. So that was the point, I think, where things were fluid and were open. And at the moment, this is now an aside, I haven't got to my 12 C's, where we are being inflected quite strongly with STEM, which is very science, technology driven. And we want to steam it, both literally and metaphorically, by putting the A back in, which is not to exclude the engineers. The Deleuzian tackle is always the engineer's tackle, and actually engineers and artists have a great deal in common. But my 12 C's, just for us to reflect on overnight perhaps, is we are in Contextile. There is always a context in whatever happens. So we have to I always have to think about that. And I've always thought in verbs rather than nouns, so it's a sort of action again, which to craft is to care. Now, whatever you think about crafting, it is also about caring. And that takes us right, perhaps, to the beginning of the day, when we were beginning to think about the kind of co-creation, not in terms of person to person, but person with species. We are just one amongst many, just one amongst many. And perhaps a lumber of the issues and problems we face is because of human domination and a lack of respect. Now that could be with species, in colonial times, in general, we've made a bloody mess of everything. So there's a co-creation, but the care is also about concern. The concern for difference, the concern for others, which enables a kind of plurality. So I've put a P in now, I'm sorry. Conversations which work in dialogic encounters across with others, with species, with different scenarios and situations. And that helps, I hope, us to comprehend the complexities of where we are situated. And we are situated. There's a debate about medium specificities or interdisciplinarity. But the issue here is how we think about the constructions, the communications, beyond these unfortunate categorizations. And again, if you act in a guerrilla form, then you know no boundaries, but you have to respect how you move from one place to another. If you don't have that respect, and if you don't trust, and if you're not open and you're not generous, you should return to wherever you think you might have come from. But this might get us to then think about how we are co-creative, how we have developed those consciences, both cognitively and bodily, in ways that could be collegiate in whatever places or spaces we find ourselves, to make that cooperation in what, if I could find my last way of thinking in the expansion of ideas and languages in making, writing, and speaking, a different kind of circular economy of all kinds, different kinds of ecosystems, which might then lead to different kinds of cultural connections, which allow different kinds of immersions, which also make and lead us to always remain curious, because it is about always listening to the stories that people wish to tell.
Oh, so thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organization. Great help today. Thank you, all the speakers. You were my best friends forever. Will be. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Thank you.